I just don't get it. I'm sitting here with these professors. Wish got me with all of these professors. Before we start, I just want to tell you all what an honor it is to be in all of your presence. I've studied all of your work, and I'm just like, I'm fangirling over here. So y'all gonna have to just give me a minute. I'm verklempt.
How you doing, Professor Sharon?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. It is like
Hey, Yvonne.
my beloved Katrina. It is like that. It's foggy here though. It's kind of beautiful. It's like warm, but it's got a mist all around it. I think it's perfect for the new year.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
perfect for magic, but it is very mild, like you were saying. It's strangely mild, but I love it. I really do.
I hate to say it, but I don't care if I don't ever see any more snow.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Precisely.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
I agree. I'm in Florida and I don't ever want to see the snow again. I'm good. I've done what 40 years of that, so I'm good.
My sister moved from Chicago to Georgia, stayed down there about 5 years, went back to Chicago running from the snow. And now she's on Facebook talking about how she loves the snow. And I just want to go do a temperature. I want to go check her temperature because I think something's wrong with her. I'm like, not my sister. But
I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I would go tobogganing. I had ice skates. I would ski. I even joined the Cornell Ski Club.
Yeah.
I would be out in the snow. I don't understand how I did that. What was wrong with me?
I still don't. I can't. My child loves the snow. She knows how to ice skate. I'm like, I remember we were kids in Medina, we'd be going down hills and cross country skiing. And I'm like, if it hurts my face, I'm not going out.
Precisely.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm buying a tiny house. I'm selling my house when my daughter graduates college. And I'm buying us 2 tiny houses and a bunch of land. And I'm buying someplace where I can grow food.
Yes.
24/7. And I just don't know where it's gonna be, but I know it's gonna be warm, and I know it can't. This may be further southern Ohio. I don't know.
I have that same fantasy of selling my house and going someplace, buying a house where it's warm. We do have seasons, like maybe Virginia, where I will get some cold.
Right, but not.
And maybe even a little sprinkling of snow once in a while. But, I grow a lot of stuff. I grow a lot of my own food just in my little backyard in Philly. And I grow a bunch of tomatoes and I can them. And I even use my neighbor's yards to grow food. So I have this fantasy of finding a place where it's warm. But, there really needs to be a hoodoo retreat site.
That is my goal. My goal is to buy enough acreage for a permanent tiny home community as well as retreat space. So that's the goal, a spiritual retreat space for people to come and even have, like the gardens, the farming, and the livestock, because that's essential to our practices. Raised properly and humanely. That is the goal.
Yeah. The thing with, the tiny houses, there are a lot of good contractors around, guys who could just build them because they are portable and they're not, you can put down permanent roofs in them, but they would be perfect for a community.
Yes. And then for me, especially politically, if I got to like pull up, hitch up and go either North or South America, I'm out. I can just get out.
Right.
When I sense or spirits tell me it's about to go down, I'm out. Yeah, I'm not staying for this.
Yeah.
Folks and their foolishness.
Yeah. I think if I was 50 years younger, I might consider staying for the battle.
Right. Exactly. And I told folks, I'm like, that time has passed.
Yeah.
I'm passing that torch to y'all. I'm
Precisely.
Getting my gut.
I don't march, I don't fight, I don't none of that no more. We're gonna let the young people have it.
Right. So I've trained my warriors and I'll let them do it. The youngins in the house. I'm like, y'all want to stay, but mama's leaving.
I know it.
Because we all
Yeah.
something worth fighting for.
You know, speaking of demonstrations and marching and all that sort of stuff, I had a conversation with Papa Say once, and he told me that Martin Luther King carried a mojo bag.
Oh,
Okay, and then he told me this story. And if you think about it, it would make sense. He
Yeah.
told me the story of the day that he was shot. There was a musician down in the courtyard apparently playing a saxophone. And that's what brought people out onto the balconies. And what Papa Say told me is that when Martin Luther King turned and said, let me go back in and get my bag, it was reported in the press that he was going to get his briefcase. But the people on the balcony knew he was going to get his amulet. He was going to get his mojo hand. He was going to get his real bag. Now, this is what Papa Say told me.
that's a good.
I haven't
I
heard
have,
Papa
you know-
Say's name in so long, but let me tell you, I heard one of the exact same story. Some of the stuff that I heard wasn't something I want to repeat. However, they had said he was supposed to be doing some type of spiritual work that morning, and he went out onto the balcony instead. And that's what happened. But you know, there was a different conjecture. So yeah, so that's not unheard of. That's out. You know, whatever happened, he didn't have or do something he was supposed to have or do when he was a root worker, and that is how he ended up being murdered. That's what they said. I'd never heard it until this year. I was this year days old when they told me that. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he carried a mojo bag. I mean, why wouldn't he?
Right.
I mean,
You're
really,
right.
Douglas carried his high John root.
steeped in it, raised in it.
Precisely.
So, and whether he practiced or not, it would increase his effectiveness in his audience of people that he would recruit his church among.
Right.
And the best root workers are in the church.
Always.
Right.
They always
Right.
have.
Right.
So,
That's
yeah.
what I
I'm waiting for I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm waiting for Papa Ricky Doc to come through.
Oh, wonderful. I was thinking about him this morning and I was saying, I wonder if I ought to call him. And because I went upstairs and I got the high John root that he made for me, that he put together for me. I sent him a root and he did some things to it, prepared it and sent it back to me. And so that's the one I carry. The one he prepared for me. Yeah. That's his thing. His whole thing is high John.
I have one
Really?
about the size. It's huge. It's massive. And I put it in my medicine bag. And ever since I've carried that root, my health has just shot up and improved. I've lost 50 pounds. It's just been amazing just by putting that root in my medicine bag.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I need one of those then.
I took mine and you know, when you get the divination packet after you get initiated to EFA and you get your shells, they give you a series of other things as well as the shells. They give you a white stone, a black stone, they give you a big seashell, they give you a couple of bones, you know, you get a whole series of things that you can use to get answers. And so what I did was I took one of those things out and substituted a high John root for it. So that's what I used in using my divination packet in place of that thing that I took out. I hand my clients, when I do a reading, the high John root for the answer, just to tailor it down to our experience.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna go. Thank you so much for that. We're gonna go ahead and open up with the Elder Council. I'm gonna say, I feel like I'm in a dream come true. Like this is a full circle moment for me because all of these people on this panel, I have been following from the beginning of my journey to now. Their works I have read, their videos and their anything that they released, I have been exactly. I'm a kid in a candy store. This is such a beautiful moment for me because these books and these resources that you all shared with us have held us. Those of us who don't have elders, those of us whose elders have transitioned. So thank you. I just want to say thank you and really express my genuine, heartfelt, deep gratitude for y'all. We're gonna open up this panel with a offering from Papa Ricky Doc. He's gonna do a piece where he calls down the ancestors, and I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to Papa Ricky Doc, and then we'll do introductions of everyone. Baba, are you muted? Cause we can't hear your sound.
Can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
There
Good
you
morning.
go.
But you can't hear. Oh, I don't have the amp on.
I can hear him.
I didn't have the amp on.
Okay.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is called the Array Imbira. I'm Ricky Doctor, Rudy Doctor. I'm the Hoodoo man. I'm the firstborn son of a Delta Hoodoo clan. I have got the power. Get it while you can. A gift from Ricky Doc, the Root Doctor. I'm the Hoodoo man. I know everything that there is to know. Secrets that you thought you had, you don't have no more. Love, power, money, even serenity. Tell me what you want and I will give you what you need, because I'm Ricky Doc, the Root Doctor. I am the Hoodoo man. Come to welcome you to the holy ground. Because when my people gather together like this, in peace and love and harmony, then that place, that gathering place, this place, it is the holy ground. I ask only that you be the great and glorious people you were meant to be, the illuminated children of the sun. If you would reclaim your legacy as God's holy instrument, you must stand on higher ground. And when you come to the crossroads, always take the high road. Always strive to be greater than you are. We hope you leave here this evening renewed and refreshed in the struggle of life. May your days be full of passion. May your lives be full of grace. May your work serve many generations. May God's blessings be. God's blessings on us all. God's blessings, God's blessings, God's blessings on us all.
Ashe, ashe, ashe.
Bravo.
Thank you so much for that beautiful offering and invitation for the spirits to come in. Whew. Okay. So I know that each of our elders, you each have a specialization, you each have a certain offering that you came here, a destiny that you came here to fulfill, and you're actively fulfilling it, right? What words of wisdom do you have for this generation coming up to find that destiny that we came here with and walk on that path?
Whoa. That's a big one. May I say something on that?
Please do.
I've been thinking about what I could say that would have some sort of real meaning. And I've been thinking about the way that the culture, the core culture, the culture that makes us who we are, how that is sort of not simply being transformed, but the core seems to be slipping away. And one thing I would say is that if we could, and we can if we want to sit down and just take the time and look at what those traditional values have been that have carried us across. Kwanzaa will not do it. Kwanzaa claims to do it. And we just finished Kwanzaa. But as I go through and look at Kwanzaa as a ritual, as a ceremony, I have to ask the question of, what about us does it really reflect? And when I look at it, I see absolutely nothing that speaks to our experience here in North America. Now, those 7 principles, the Nguzo Saba is beautiful. I ran Ujamaa Residential College for 7 years at Cornell, so I know them well. But when Karinga did this thing in '66, none of us knew anything about Africa. That's the year that the African Heritage Studies Association is formed. They don't even exist before then. They were part of that African Studies Association. And when all the Black folks walked out and formed the African Heritage Studies Association, we began to get information on Africa through our own people for the first time in larger numbers. And so Karinga did not take the time to look at us, because one of the underlying sentiments that was going around somehow was that we had come from a slave culture and that was something to be ashamed of. Oh, I don't want to eat no pig's feet. Get that old nigger culture away from me. That's a slave culture. And I heard so much of that. Right. And so I think what prompted Karinga to look way across the ocean, not even in the land of our ancestors, but way on the other side of the continent, and look at Nguzo Saba, rather than sitting down and grappling with who we are and looking at the values that carried us across. We don't have to go to Tanzania to get Umoja and Kujichagulia and Ujamaa and those 7 principles. All we have to do is pay attention to Grandma.
Yes.
Grandma taught us those principles. And if I were to prod us here right now, we could come up with them. I'll give you the first one. The principle of universal reciprocity. What goes around comes around.
There you
Talk
go.
to me, somebody.
They talk about
there it is right there. Let's talk about the second principle. The second principle. Don't be fooled. All that glitters ain't gold.
Come on.
Pretty face don't make a pretty disposition. They had all kinds of ways of saying it. You make your bed hard, you got to sleep in it. All kinds of ways they had to expressing those values that carried us across.
That's right.
I don't have to go all the way to Tanzania in a language that has no country. Kiswahili is a language that has no country.
Precisely.
It's a trading language.
Yep.
A language that has no country given to a people purportedly without a culture. Get out my face.
Right. Come on, mother.
I would like
Out
to.
my face.
I would like to riff.
Let me just say one more thing. We can take that framework and make it work for us. We can take that Kwanzaa framework, which he laid down. It is important because it occurs during the period of high rebellion. The period between Christmas and New Year's is the period in which more slave rebellions occurred than any other.
I would like to riff off that.
Okay.
Okay, first off, I would like to say that the reason I chose Hoodoo as my spiritual path is because I wanted to work my spiritual pursuits through an indigenous African American tradition.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that you are more powerful if you are, if your indigenous spiritual tradition is healthy.
Yes.
I have tried to update Hoodoo. I am not interested in folk magic. I am trying to transform Hoodoo into a high magic tradition. Folk magic is about 100 years out of date. It's slave magic. We're talking about trying to make Hoodoo work for the 21st century. Okay, so my understanding, I was trained by Baba John Killings, the great griot master of Brooklyn. His thing was what he called being a long distance runner, which I translate as the long game. Basically, trying to shape our generations into the people we most want to be. So I feel that Hoodoo has a custodial, that at its best it is custodial. I am not interested in that Halloween clown show Hoodoo. So I think that we have to understand our critical importance in the evolution of African American culture, to try to transform our people into the guides and guardians of human destiny, and to make, I believe that the critical question of the future is which cultures will survive and prosper and which will be eliminated from the global human. And I believe that African American culture has the potential of being. I remember when all the struggles were based on African American. Now it's like, gangsters and shit. So we can either be a beacon leading humanity into the next step, or we can be cultural fucking curios. So, I think that, that it's a question of how do we function as cultural custodians for the next stage. And these are such trying times. It makes our role even more important. We have to give visions, alternative visions to the one we are living in right now for humanity.
Just talking about that last night. We were talking about imagination, freedom, and the collective consciousness, and how we have to start to imagine the reality that we want to live in, because this ain't it, right?
Right.
Exactly.
Professor Yvonne, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say this quickly because I'd rather hear from people, but I look at this as a historian, as you all know, and I see two streams of hoodoo that are present today that come out of that early period, right? The first would be the hoodoo of our enslaved ancestors. And this is primarily to me devotional. This is the religion of the invisible institution. This is the hoodoo of the black belt, as my beloved professor says. It is the hoodoo of the ring shout. It is the hoodoo of Christian ritualism that was governed by an African orientation. That's one. Okay. The second strand of hoodoo that I see prevalent today is what I guess you could call client healing hoodoo. This is the hoodoo of the entrepreneur, of the marketeer. It's not as religious, maybe. This is the hoodoo of arts and technology, of the digital age. And it's really the using of material forms of spirit for spiritual work. Now, I'm not going to say which is better. I'm just saying this is where hoodoo is now. Okay, and someone can help me if there's another way. But
Do they overlap at all?
I
Yes.
definitely think
That,
they overlap.
yeah.
But we want to be clear when when we are engaging this in the community where we are. Now, and so my only advice, and like I said, I'm not going to talk that much, is to get off the internet and to learn about hoodoo from a living practitioner. And I know this, and I know there's such a hunger for this because I hang out on the internet, and people are always looking. But why is it so important? Because hoodoo is an embodied work. I'm going to say that again. Hoodoo is an embodied work. And so your learnings, your initiations, you need the tool of the body. The digital realm is an astral realm. It is a spiritual realm. It is a realm of the consciousness. You can learn, but it will not be embodied. So the best advice that I can give, you've heard this from me, is to find your elders. If you want to learn about this, look at this beautiful panel. Look at the people here. But you need, and it doesn't have to be Professor so and so. It could be grandmother. It could be father or mother. This is where the ancestral system comes in. This is what is going to keep this thing alive. And I know it's people are creating their altars. To me, that's the first step. People want to jump into the magic and, the sex magic and all that stuff. The ancestral connection to either one of those streams that I just talked about, that is paramount. Without that, I don't see the future of hoodoo. So that's all I'll say. And I don't want to sound preachy, but since we're old, we're the elders here, we could say what we want. Let me just say this is a beautiful space, and the wisdom, the collective wisdom that's here, that is worth more than any money. That is worth more than anything. And even though we're not really embodied, we're not doing this in present time, there is a spirit here of wisdom that is overshadowed by our ancestors that is very, very precious and rare. So that's all I'll say. I'm gonna sit back and
Can I
enjoy.
combine what I just heard from you two? It sounds like I'm hearing something that's coming out of that. I'm hearing something that sounds like, and I want to combine what the two of you just said, embodied custodianship. Embodied custodianship. That's what I just heard. Put those two together. And the question is, that may be the role that the ritual will perform, because the ritual itself will be the embodied custodianship. So the question is, how much of the old do you keep in order to update it? For example, I talked with Brother Gregory about the crack cocaine epidemic and whether or not he was called upon to use hoodoo to treat the crack cocaine epidemic. And he gave me case after case of people who came to him about their grandchildren who were strung out on crack, and he had to come up with a way to treat it. And he was successful sometimes, and sometimes he wasn't. But the fact is that so many people turn to him to address this very modern 20th and 21st century problem and concern in our community, says something. That need is still there, and that need is deeply there. And not only were they praying in church, they were covering all the bases. Whenever I went down to South Carolina to see him, his yard was full of license plates from other states.
Yeah.
And he's a fairly young man. he's in his 60s, late 60s, and he has nobody interested in following in his footsteps. And this is Dr. Buzzard's great grandson. This is his direct bloodline. His mother was Dr. Buzzard's granddaughter. And he's right there wanting people to study with him, you know.
Speaking of which, Katrina, have you heard anything about Papa Joe?
I heard that he transitioned.
He transitioned.
That's what I heard.
When do you know?
I think I heard that. I'm going to say about 3 years ago. It was before the pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Mambo Elizabeth Ruth, you wanted to say something?
Yes, you know, I'm really at the bottom of this ladder on this panel. Okay, I'm gonna say that first.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
No,
we're not doing that.
No, please. As far as experience is concerned, and that gives me a kind of a unique thing, because I'm really seeing, you know, where there are people just coming into this. You know, I've only been doing this for about a decade, and I remember the unique challenges that Professor was talking about when we are talking about what people are perceiving hoodoo to be. So I came in on this as, you know, of course, being raised Black, I've always been in this, but as far as professional pursuits. And what I saw was that, you know, they took our spirituality, they demonized it, and then they repackaged it and sold it back to us. And they sold it, as Dr. Hazard talks about, as this drugstore hoodoo. So I find myself on this unique precipice of, you know, being a spiritual merchant, owning a store, selling all of the herbs, roots, curios, and things like that, but being that bridge when younger people are coming into it and they don't get it, you know, because they've taken modern media interpretations, they've taken colonized thought patterns, they've taken all types of things into their assumptions about what this practice is. And so whereas when people come in, I tell them, I said, don't you realize this is your magical, your medical, and your mundane, because African cosmology, we don't see a separation of the mind, body, and spirit. They are all one, and they have to be treated as one. You know, I tell them, you know, get your foundation. It is in everything. I tell them when they come and they take Hoodoo 101, you will not exist without this. You do not. The reason why you are sitting here in front of us today is because of your people and your people's peoples and your people's peoples that practice this. This is not what you see on TV. Yes. And so one of the things that I want to really stress, especially from my own spiritual growth, because Dr. Hazard touched on this, you know, we have deities, we have spirits, we have ancestors here in this land that we are not venerating. I presented on some of them last year at this conference. You know, but a lot of people know my story. I had a very, very unfortunate experience trying to become initiated and learn something from another land. Whereas I, you know, luckily, if I had a stronghold in my people and our history and our medicine, and getting people to understand, like the theme of this conference this year, especially about the earth, where our connections are, where we're going wrong, how far we're moved away from that, and how getting, like we were talking last night about smelling that, putting your hands in that smoke, putting your hands in the ground, getting in the water and treating our spirits, you know, and it is not what we've been sold. So if I'm talking to people who are just first starting out on this path, I'm like, okay, you know, they come in there like, but I'm scared. And I'm like, you're scared of your own God. You're scared of your own self. You're scared of your own spirit. I'm afraid I'm gonna mess it up. I said, you've been praying all your life. Stop being scared. Being scared is a magic killer. Learn. Learn.
That's true.
Say it again, Mama. Say it again, Mambo.
Scared is a magic killer. Fear is a magic killer.
Right.
You learn one working at a time. You learn one incantation, working, prayer, spell, whatever you want to call it, one at a time. And my goal is to show people, okay, yeah, you might got in on that internet hook. You might have got in on that internet TikTok or something that you saw me do, but this is your life. And at this present moment, as always, your Black life
Black
depends
pepper.
on this.
So let's start from top. I will show you guys how I chop.
Oh,
Exactly.
Becazella.
So your
Okay.
Black life depends on this. And, you know, decolonizing, removing fear, those are the things that I really work on when I meet somebody. And I, like I said, because of my entrance into this formally as a professional, whereas the other esteemed people on this panel have probably done it twice as long as me, I was there so recently, so scared, so recently, still holding on to things that didn't serve me so recently. It feels like yesterday. And so I get it, and I'm kind of able to be, you know, talk them down a bit, like, you know, it's going to be okay. And this is what it really means. Forget what you heard, and really work within self, work within your bloodline, and definitely the absolute need for elders. And physically, I tell people, yes, you have to study, but you have to do the work, and you have to work with people who are more experienced in order for you to grow. It's a threefold thing. That's your threefold law right there. Study the work, work with elders, and actually do the work. Because if you don't do the work, you will never know if it's going to be successful or not. Try the ancestors. They will not let you.
And there's some basic principles. Whenever I talk to Papa Say, he keeps reminding me of something. He keeps reminding me that this hoodoo work had to be kept as simple and as uncomplicated as possible.
Yes.
They had very little to work with, and they had to keep it simple. So they pared everything down to the essential germ. Yeah. And so that's what he said, because people on the plantation didn't have a lot to work with in terms of material objects, other than what they could find in nature.
I would like to tell a story. First off, I'd like to say, Katrina, it's good to see you again. I haven't
Good to
seen
see you.
And I'd like to get Papa Papa C's contact information.
Okay.
I'm from Memphis. There was next time you do this, you need to have Mama Hoodoo on
Yes.
this. Mama Hoodoo is like
I invited her.
the queen. Yeah, she's real. She's prickly.
Yeah.
But what I'd like to say is that I had a fellow practitioner back in Memphis, Baba David Earl Jackson. One day, David Earl called me. He said, "Man, they just found a garage full of hoodoo conjuration, witchcraft, and whatever by Hyatt. They're selling them $20 a volume. A garage full of them." So I bought two sets. One for myself, one for gifts. And then I told every hoodoo I know. I said, "Man, they got highest works for $20 a volume." Unfortunately, I told Cat Ironwold.
Oh God.
What did she do? Buy them all?
That's exactly what she did. She bought them all and jacked them up to like hundreds of dollars. It was an education. And so Hoodoo and I were once sitting around at a train station. And she started talking about the appropriators. The folk who get a little training and all of a sudden put themselves forward as the authorities of hoodoo. And she was saying that that they do the hoodoo that has been written about.
Mhm.
Once again, slavery time hoodoo. Whereas this is a living tradition. And by the time it's been written down, which is what I do, that's already old news.
It's
Oh,
old.
And what she does, she's done some great research. But
oh,
that's old news.
that's all.
And she was saying that by the time it's been written down, we moved on because this is a living tradition.
Yeah.
And we have to be willing to take the next step and not be hung up on what folk did 100 years ago. And also, we got to be careful of the appropriators because, you know, they will take a little bit and train in fucking mercenaries.
And butter
Um,
candles and shit.
Besides,
and,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
who done like jacks me up all the time? She says, you tell too many secrets off. Um,
Well, you don't tell too many. It's just that some of the wrong people happen to hear them.
exactly.
Can I say something about this though? Because and this is I'm speaking to the young people here, the younger people, because I'm not that old. We really this used to be part of our culture. We really need to turn to our old folk, especially those who are on their way. Now we have had a lot of people leave us, and we're going to see a lot more. The old folk are just it's their time. It used to be part of our culture. There's too many precious older folk who are locked away or shut in. You know, I guarantee you, and this is going to be hard for some of y'all to hear. I promise you that right now there are white researchers, because I work with them, who are gathering that information. They are interviewing the elder. They are looking to the local conjurer, the local root doctor, the granny, and they are gathering their stories. We cast away our elders. It was not part of our tradition, but we cast away. Maybe that's because we have a cult of youth or a
I
cult
do
of
not
whatever.
agree.
You don't agree that we
But
cast
I,
away our elders?
no, not at all.
Oh,
But
I
go
see.
ahead. I understand what you're saying, but I
Yeah.
do not agree.
Okay.
And I think that I do not agree. And I hear what you're saying that
Wait, which
yes, we
part?
have
Which
to
part?
venerate them more. But I
Yes.
don't think we can. I don't think African American culture
No,
cast
we
away
have
their
to.
elders.
Oh,
I
no.
do
I
not
don't.
agree.
Itself does not. But there are individuals who have, you know, thrown their grandmother and great grandmother into the old folks' homes.
That's
I,
what
I,
I'm talking about.
Right.
That's
You
what I'm
know,
talking
yeah,
about.
but I'm talking about the culture.
right. The
I'm not
culture,
talking about
children
As a
are holding.
whole, we
individual.
don't do that.
Right.
I'm talking about the culture.
But
We respect our elders.
right,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, the culture does still.
Yeah, to this day. But the thing is, it's just how things change. I grew up with my great grandmother and my grandmother, so I got to see all of these things that I thought Black folks, you know, just did that actually ended up being hoodoo. When
Yeah.
my mother got sick, I was a single parent. I was working. It broke my heart, and the nursing home basically killed my mother. So you have to understand that, yeah, we've been making different choices, but as a whole, especially with this pandemic, I see a resurgence of the value of
Yes.
our history and our medicine. See, folks is coming back, you know, they running into the botanica that I have, talking about I need some sea moss, I need some elderberry, things that people wasn't asking for before because they want to live. So we're having this is a cycle. But one of the problems is and this is when we're talking about people that are just starting out, first coming to hoodoo. And I know I experienced this because one of my first contacts in hoodoo was Urine Wood, and that's what I call her, and that's what I call her, Urine Wood. And the thing is we don't know where to go, sadly, because it's all by systematic racism and design that they have demonized our practices. And then they try to give them back to us. And she's gonna tell me
Sell them back to
us,
us.
right? Sell them back to us and tell us that she's telling me things my grandmama didn't teach me. I'm like, well, I don't know whose grandma these other folks had, but my grandma taught me this. My grandmama told me when I was 6 years old, hey, when I was 6 years old, I saw my first witch. My grandmother taught me about astrology. My grandmother taught me about herbs, roots, planting, flowers, and medicine. So fuck what you're saying. They're convincing us First of all, that we weren't no good, that we didn't have no power, but you wouldn't outlaw things that didn't have any power, and then turn around and try to repackage them and resell them to us and still tell us that we ain't shit. And so my whole thing is I have constantly, consistently tried to get and grab a hold to people who were in my position at one day where I didn't have Black elders to really show me how my life really connected with this work. So it's sometimes, and it's a symbol of all society. A lot of folks are lost.
I would like to apologize to Professor Chereau for interrupting you earlier.
No, that's good. You felt it. That's good.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, but I'd like to say I'm a big fan of your work. I found it very useful in my studies.
I do want to say that while we know that throwing away our elders is not a part of our culture. We take care of our elders, but we also know that this new generation does not respect the elders in a way that helps them carry life longer and helps them connect.
Once again, I do not agree. I do not
that's
agree.
fine. That's
I
fine.
am an elder. I'm 70 odd years old. I am really moving. The moving into eldership has been an important phase of my life. And
Yes,
I
sir.
do not agree that I am not respected as an elder. Uh, I have gotten a great value from being a hoodoo elder, uh, and I have been treated with great respect in the community.
It is, there is a stream that attempts to promote equality between the age groups. But I'll tell you, I get surprised every day. I'm my birthday this year, I will be 74, which means next year I'll be 75. Yipes! The very thought of it makes me tremble, right? But I'm surprised at how many young men will get up and give me a seat on the bus. Young Black men with their pants hanging off their behind will get up, get that ass up off the seat with the ass print and give me a seat. I'm surprised at how many of them will still do those gestures of respect that I saw when I was a child. Now, you don't see it like I saw it growing up. If some guys were on the street corner and they were drinking and cussing, if a woman walked by, I don't care what kind of woman she was, she could be the most notorious whore on the planet. Those men stopped cussing and apologized if they thought she heard it. That doesn't exist anymore. But there still is a strong level of respect for the elders. There really is, even though there is a very strong strain attempting to tear our community asunder.
Right.
I will agree that we need to do more and that the elders need more respect, that we need to institutionalize it. I'll agree to all that. But I will object to any indication that African American culture does not respect its elders. I'm going to object to that.
We do it better than the oppressive culture. This is the problem. And I made a post about this the other day. The oppressive culture sees respect as listen to me because I am your elder, I'm your authority figure, even if I'm wrong. And so therefore, people will be like, I'm not going to respect you because you oppress me. So what we have is this reemergence of people understanding that just because somebody's an elder doesn't necessarily mean that they deserve your respect. However, I think and I believe that as a culture, as Black culture, we offer that respect first until we are taught that we shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I think it's how you define respect. You know, we also have to look at the influences of hundreds and thousands of years of oppressive patriarchal culture. You know, with the cat calling, like Dr. Hazard was saying about how, you know, you used to get respect on the street. Today, there is blatant racism, blatant misogyny, blatant sexism. And because of the internet, the things that used to be inside of people's heads are now being put up for the entire world to see, which may
Right.
leave you with the opinion that older people are not respected, but still, like even when we come and talk about speaking to how we speak to our parents, whether they deserve that level of respect or not, just as a part of Black culture, we have that more than anybody else. Now, look at the scale that we're dealing with. So that might be why people feel that the respect is not there, but excuse me, we carry it more than other cultures.
Can I just say one thing here about ritual?
Yeah.
Trying to pull all of this stuff together, and thinking about what Professor Ricky Doc said about we have to provide the role modelship and we have to provide the institutions. So just listening to all of this stuff, and I sort of been taking notes, I was just thinking about the role that ritual plays in embedding thoughts into the subconscious.
Yes.
When I used to watch the old folks pray, especially I had the opportunity of knowing 6 of my great grandparents. Like you, I was raised with my grandmother and my great grandmother nearby. And my great grandfather had a sister that was born in 1870. I talk about her in the book, Louise Johnson, the one we called Ain't New. And she was born in 1870. So she remembered federal troops being pulled out of the South when she was about to turn 8 years old. And so she did all kinds of things. And when she would pray, I would notice that not only would she go get in the closet, she would take a mirror with her and pray in front of, yes, and pray in front of the mirror. Now, I read the work of a Christian metaphysician named Florence Scovel Shinn, who says that if you pray out loud in front of a mirror, not only does it magnify the signal, it embeds it in your subconscious because you can hear yourself praying out loud. That's why the hoodoos would go in the closet with the mirror and start calling down the old Holy Ghost. And they would pray so loudly. So one of the things I think we have to do is to maybe begin to reconstitute and update some of the old rituals and things that people did, because those we can access. There are people around that still knew them and saw them done. And then there's a bunch of stuff in the literature that's accurate.
Yes.
That you can dig up.
That's a goal.
The other thing I noticed is when I became reinterested in hoodoo was after I started dancing and became interested in Yoruba, because so much of the Yoruba stuff I had to do reminded me of the hoodoo I had grown up with. And I would see my mother do this and my grandmother, they'd make me go do things. And I said, wait a minute, this is just like, hoodoo when we did this, and this is, wow, that's just like that. And so it was a way deeper into African religion, but African religion gave me, I say in the book, an additional set of grips with which to handle hoodoo, because I had no framework with which to approach it, except that I'd seen this done and my grandmother had made me drink teas. Even when I was a graduate student at Cornell, I had to jump out of a car and I got a swelling in my ankle. My grandmother, I'm talking 1979, so I was 40, I don't know, almost 40 years old or something. And here she comes with a bag full of mullein leaves that she dug up out of a field in Cleveland. She drove them from Cleveland to Ithaca, New York, came into my apartment, boiled the mullein leaves, wrapped my ankle in it. She came all the way from Cleveland with mullein leaves to take the swelling out of my ankle. That's old hoodoo medicine. And so I have quite a bit of that. Not only earwax, my great-grandfather would always dig in his ear and rub it on my cold sore whenever I got a fever blister. And years later, a doctor told me that it's antiviral, antibacterial, it has the moisture sealant in it, and you cannot have an allergic reaction to it because your own body produces it. It's the best thing to put on your lips. Forget the chapstick.
I would like to riff off something Katrina said. I would like, instead, we have talked about the responsibilities of the community to elders, but I would very much like to talk about the responsibility of elders to the community. What is our role as hoodoo elders? Obviously, I think it's custodial. But that's what I would like to talk about. It looks, I don't know how much time we have, but I would like to talk about our responsibilities as hoodoo elders.
We should be a resource. I'm gonna tell y'all, running the store is not, I love everything about like retail and marketing and all that stuff is fun. But being that resource for the community, when people come into your store, because there's nothing like that for us here, literally in tears and thanking you for being there, you realize what your Ori has planned for you.
Yes.
To be there to get them through the muckety muck, to get them through misconceptions, to put them on the right, you know, I refer them to Dr. Hazard's book all the time, to start in the professor's books. You know, to just get them in that right way. So when they come into Hoodoo, so I want some love and some money and whatever, and that's that. I'm like, wait a minute, put them in that where this is your spirit. So elders, we should teach the ritual. We should teach the practical. We should move with the times. We should protect them from predators and harm in the spiritual community. There's so many things we've got to do, and still, as above all, in all, provide healing. Pour back in to people who are so desperately seeking spiritual growth. That's what I think we should be doing for our people that are coming into the country.
I add to that we should be careful not to judge them. I find so many people judging young people for the ways that they have found this path.
Yes.
And for those of us who are older, so I mean, I was raised in the backwoods of Tennessee. So like many of us have said, I was raised by my grandparents. So raised in the tradition. And as Mother Katrina was saying, as I began to study Yoruba, I was like, oh, I grew up doing this. So we have the luxury, because of our age, of having been raised in the tradition, right? A lot of these young people do not. So then we cannot judge them for the ways that they found it. I did a podcast about a year ago with a younger sister, and she was like, well, people are angry because we're finding the tradition through Beyonce. If Beyonce is how they finding it, then that's fine.
Okay.
No, Beyonce was
Beyonce ain't no black woman.
I'm on my way through some white smoke. I had spirits in the house.
Right. I ain't judging none of these babies for how they found the tradition. Once they hear, they sitting on my mat, I'm blessing and praising every way that they were brought, because that's still the ancestors bringing them. So I would say, don't be judgmental. Be open to the babies and how they're finding the tradition. This is how their generation interacts. So if they find it on TikTok, if they found it on Instagram, if it was Beyonce, Rihanna, whatever, then be open. Don't be judgmental, and lead by example, right? If you out here acting a fool, then your babies is gonna act a fool, right? And I mean your babies that you made from your body and your babies that you teaching in the tradition, right?
That's right.
If you out here acting like you got some sense, then your babies is gonna act like you got some sense. So lead by example, right? Also be open to and assisting babies or people who are coming in. I don't mean babies in a negative way, y'all. I got 6 terms. If I say babies, I mean in a loving way. Okay.
Young folk that we love.
Babies in being their full selves.
Exactly.
You don't judge them. You don't, today we're living in a different world. You don't judge them for who they sleep with. You don't judge them if they got an OnlyFans, right? These babies live in a different world. Praise God. Praise the God. Right? Praise the gods. You don't judge these babies for what you have. You might have saw a breast or a nip slip on Instagram. You won't be judging these babies for that. We're not here for that. We are here to lead by example and to assist them in becoming their full selves. Your full self is the magic. So if I'm holding you back from being your full self, then I'm cutting you off from your magic, right? We talking about hoodoo. We ain't talking about Christianity. We ain't talking about that bullshit. We ain't talking about bullshit that says you can sleep with this person, you can't sleep with that person. We ain't talking about bullshit that got problems with the physical body. We just talked about how embodiment is the magic. So we're not going to teach these babies and have these babies out here judging them because they showing their body. That's the goddamn magic. So I say, as an elder, as I said, and I'm a young elder, I'm 52, so I know I'm young, and I definitely acquiesce to the actual elders. However, as a person in this age range, don't judge the babies and completely push the babies towards being their full selves. Because when you're your full self, you in your body. And as a Black person, the deities and this power is in our DNA. And so if I'm helping you to be your full self on your OnlyFans where you getting the bag, then that's the magic. That's the magic. And I'm not Christian, so I'm not judging you for that. Get the bag, right? Be your full self in this generation, in this time. And I'm happy for you. So that's my...
I would like to ask a question. I would like to ask, how do you practice custodial hoodoo? What is being a cultural custodian to you? How does it manifest in your daily practice?
Mine is from a teaching perspective, but one of the first things I want to go back to what Ia was saying. We're also human. Okay. I had nudes online before I started practicing. I ain't take them down. Okay. I keep it real. People always tell me that they love me, and now somebody will end up crying sometimes during my readings, but I keep it real. And I do understand that there are some things that are not appropriate for me to put online, and I have to conduct myself as such. That's part of that custodialism. I don't need to, it's not that I'm perfect, but I don't need to reproduce my mistakes in an electronic format and everything. When I do make mistakes, what I look at is that opportunity for growth. And how can I tell somebody, okay, I messed up, but this is how spirit fixed me. So like you said, the lead from example, but to be there, do not judge. Like when I teach my Hoodoo 100s, you know, it's like a 3-series class. It's teaching by example. When I teach the 200 series, it's hands-on, because my thing is just like the parable of give a man a fish, he'll eat today, teach him how to fish, he'll eat forever. So one of my things is being a custodian is to teach people how to do this work for themselves. So they're not running out and following that commercial hype and giving somebody $30,000 and access to their ancestors' graves, and their life is still a mess. Because this is your embodiment. You gotta learn how to do this for yourself. You gotta learn how to divine for yourself. You gotta learn how to make baths for yourself. You gotta learn how to go to the crossroads and to your ancestors, and starting them off with that ancestral connection, because y'all want the magic, y'all want to talk to spirits, but have you talked to your people? And do you know what it's like when your people speak to you? Oh Lord, look, it's so important right now more than ever, for us to get, when they say get right with the Lord, get right with your Ori, get right with yourself. That is my job. That is my passion. That is my mission. And that is my life's purpose. That is what I consider being custodial hoodoo. And days I don't want to do it. Days I've suffered from anxiety and depression, just like everybody else has from this pandemic. But I gotta get up for the baby. And I'm one of the babies.
One of the things I tried to do was to write that book. I was so troubled by what I was seeing online, and I had been online with Papa Say and Ricky Doc and Jennifer Windwalker. It was just a whole crew of us that were communicating some years ago and talking about this thing as I was thinking about trying to write this book. And what really, really pushed me over the edge was just seeing that garbage that Catherine Manfredi, known to you all as Catherine Ironwood, had online, because some of the stuff was just so outright incorrect.
I know.
And so I think that writing the book, I write about dance. I'm a dance researcher. I don't write about hoodoo. And this thing was dropped in my lap, and every step of the way, something else wrote those words. I didn't write that book. Something else wrote that book, I swear. Because that picture of High John, that Gaspar Yanga, that book fell off the shelf. I tell people this, I'm still astonished. It literally fell off the shelf in the range. I was walking up the range. Somebody was on the other side. I don't know if they pushed the books too far, but that book fell off the shelf, and it opened to that page, that picture in that book. It's where that book fell off the shelf and opened for me. So one of the things I try to do is to live the culture.
Yes.
you know, there was not a chitlin to be found in the city of Philadelphia before New Year's. They did not come into the city. There were none, okay? My daughter bought some before Halloween and had them in the freezer. So I had chitlins last night. All right. You have to know the culture. You got to know the traditions, and because they're all connected to hoodoo. And being a knowledge base, I think, is one way we can contribute. If for nothing else, then we just, you know, you've been around longer. Hopefully you know a little more just from being around longer, if you've paid attention. And so I try to pass on information, pass on knowledge, and try to embody the culture by living it. You know, I pride myself on knowing things about our cultural traditions that other people, even the researchers, don't know.
Right.
And it's important for us to do it. And I didn't realize how blessed I really was to know 6 of my great grandparents. I didn't realize how blessed I really was to grow up around people speaking what they call bad English, Ebonics. Now I can read the slave narratives without interruption.
Yes, that's why I make my students read the
And we have to value and see the beauty and the value in, rather than the denigration in who we are. And there's something to be had in all of that. And so I think living the tradition, demonstrating the beauty of the tradition. In my lectures at school, I switch intentionally back and forth between standard English and so-called Ebonics. Because I want people to understand that folks who talk like that ain't stupid.
Thank you. Thank you. As an English,
so it's a way of, rather than saying don't judge, just simply living the not judging, just simply living the beauty of the culture, understanding the blues, understanding ragtime music, understanding what our ancestors went through, some of what they meant when they spoke to us. So I think that's kind of the way I try to do it. You know, I try to live the culture. I'm not ashamed of my ancestors. I'm not ashamed of what they ate.
No.
You know, I had some corn pone for breakfast.
Yeah. Come on with that.
And so I just think it's important because all of our folklore is connected to this stuff. And my favorite example when I talk to people about knowing the culture is that article in the Journal of American Folklore from 1894, where the woman talks about Mr. Cooler. A white woman looks out in her yard and sees slave children playing a game that she says is called Mr. Cooler because the children were singing, Mr. Cooler, Mr. Cooler. And as I read it, and I read the description of what those children were doing, they took a brush broom, because you know, people used to make brooms out of old bushes. And they took a brush broom and they tied it on their butt like it was a tail, and they were dragging it across the front yard singing, Mr. Cooler, Mr. Cooler. And I thought, my God, this is so wrong. Why would a slave child pronounce that final consonant R? I got a PhD from Cornell and I don't even do that. I wouldn't even have said Mr. Cooler. Pronouncing that hard R hurts my mouth. I would have said Mr. Cooler. Flatten that R. So I began to say it as my great grandfather would have said it. What could he have been saying? Mr. Cooler. Then it dawned on me. Oh my God, the children were playing Mr. Cooler. And if you know anything about African-American culture, you know that the Cooter got 3 manifestations. One is he's the boogeyman. If you ain't good, the Cooter gonna get you. I'm gonna tell Mr. Cooter, he gonna come get you tonight. The second manifestation is he's a tarpon or a ground turtle, Cooter soup. We going Cooter hunting, meaning you're going out and hunting turtles. The third manifestation is the mispronunciation of the word cougar. He's a mountain lion. Those children were playing Mr. Cooter. Now listen, there's a blues song that goes, Cooter drags his tail in the sand. Gator drags his tail in the water. When the mighty wolf starts to dragging his tail, he done stole somebody's daughter. Those kids were dragging their tail in the sand. Cooter drags his tail in the sand. They were playing Mr. Cooter. But you gotta know the culture to figure that out.
Right.
And if you don't know the culture, when you go back into these manuscripts, you're gonna get it wrong. And that's what I saw Cat Ironwood doing.
That's what they do. That's what they do. And I tell them, like, it's so easy to get it wrong. When I got my master's degree in literature, and my concentration was 20th century Black women writers. Before I learned magic and hoodoo, I read those differently. When I pick these books up again now, I'm like, whoa, whoa.
Yes.
Especially Tina McElroy, Ansa, Octavia Butler, Gloria Naylor. Everybody want to talk about the woman Brewster plays, but you better read Mama Day, because even when I wasn't knowledgeably practicing magic, Mama Day left me on the floor. It left me in tears. And I tell my students, it's in our music. Well, she's referencing music. It's in our games. It's in our artwork. You know, you look at a Faith Reingold quilt. It's in everything we do. Not just music, not just academic books, but the other arts and the other fictions and our dance and everything. And it's right here for us. And so you can tell the assumption and the privilege of some of these so-called non-Black scholars, because they miss all that, because they don't live this. And they can't see the nuance. They can't see the fine points of who we really are. And that's where you get what Dr. Hazard coined as drugstore hoodoo.
Right.
And so, you know, and I like that. I like the fact that people will come in to my store and look for drugstore hoodoo, but I can give them something else. That's maybe, like she says, that may be what got them in, but let's show them what they really hear.
I'd like to add to that list of hoodoo texts.
Morrison, for sure.
Gail Jones' Corregidora,
Oh, yeah.
and the Healing, and Weidman's Cattle Killing.
And we can't leave Hurston's work out of this. You know, I mean,
their eyes were watching God.
Because well, they say their eyes were watching God, but let's talk about Tell My Horse. Let's talk about Muse and Men. You just really, really dig into Langston Hughes and Erna Botep's book.
You know, Moses, Man of the Mountain. Moses, Man of the Mountain, where she says Moses was a great hoodoo man.
Precisely.
And she rereads that story in hoodoo terms.
Yes. And you know, she's got the Baba Coon book, and there's another one that I just got. But it's just, it's in everything.
Have you all seen her films? I'm sorry, but have you seen her films? I went down to the Library of Congress one year and went through some of the films that Zora made in the 1930s. And there's one film that she did in a Black church in, I think this is Florida. I don't remember, but I think it's Florida. It might have been Louisiana. But these people have, I don't know if she put these up or not, but they have these voodoo flags. You know those voodoo flags? They're voodoo flags hanging up in this Black church.
Well, in North Carolina, there's a
what is, like, did she hang them up, or?
No, there's no telling, but like, for example, just like the pentacle was used before the cross was used in Christianity, if you go into Haiti in the Carolinas, Freda's Veve is a weather vane on top of the church. See, people don't seem to understand, especially when they have issues with the church, how the Black church was significantly different, most definitely African, and all of the things from what we call now ATRs or the original African religions, they came into Christianity. It wasn't the other way around. Water baptism, possession by the Holy Spirit, all these different things that you see in the Black church were built from hoodoo. And so I don't ever get discombobulated when I see veves hanging in a church, you know. But there were veves before they were probably stained glass windows. So it's, you know, we created all of it. And so, you know, I think that a lot of times people have some real issues, especially that cognitive dissonance of leaving the church and coming into hoodoo and more African traditions. They're angry. They want to throw away the baby with the bathwater. But when we talk about the ring shout and the different things that the professor was talking about earlier, we made the Black church. The Black church over time became more Christian, but our church in the beginning was African.
Du Bois says it clearly. He says the church at first was not by any means Christian, rather a commingling of vice known roughly as voodooism.
Yep. And people sleep on that. And the very practitioners who still do these things, who demonize our practices, they have no idea. And it's really a lack of education. I've been an educator for over 25 years. And, you know, I design online courses for a living. So my thing is, I started saying, wait a minute, we got all this stuff online where people aren't interacting, aren't talking. And that's when I started teaching courses via video conference with people all of color all over the world. Because I'm like, you know, we need elders, and people are not seeing these things. And, you know, especially when it comes to our connections with the Black church. Am I a Christian anymore? No, not at all. But I understand what built the Black church. And if you listen even to old Negro spirituals, there wasn't a whole bunch of talk about Jesus. Jesus wasn't a Christian either. They talk about God. They talk about that almighty creator. And we've never lost that. You know, people come in with the assumption that our religions don't believe in a God. We believe in an almighty creator and all of the gods that creator created.
Worship idols.
You know, right. You know, I'm like, y'all, but the thing is people want to believe something that somebody else wrote, just other human beings, and base their entire faith on that. But yet the things that we've done, we've wrote, we've documented are considered to be not good enough. Then this 2,000-year-old weird manifestation of
It's just like that ring shout, that earlier ring shout, people never call the name of Jesus.
Right.
It was a hoodoo ritual before it gets integrated into the church. But you know, I see some real future possibilities for reworking some of the old traditions and bringing them into the 21st century. For example, midwives used to be a major part of hoodoo. Well, once midwives were eliminated, that went out the door because you couldn't get the calls. But now that midwives are coming back, I have a girlfriend that just had a baby with a midwife in Connecticut. I had my daughter 35 years ago with a midwife. So now that midwifery is coming back into practice, and there are a good number of Black midwives and doulas, there is a way to reconnect with that part of the old hoodoo tradition, because many of those midwives are herbalists, and they use the honey pot, the old traditional honey pot during the birth. They don't use any drugs or anything. They use the natural numbing drugs, you know, to rub the perineum and that sort of stuff. And so there's a possibility to reconnect with the midwives.
And keeping that call.
The medicinal part of it, people in Opelousas, Louisiana, you know, the last of the treaters are still down there. And that's a direct line. Those people still tie the hoodoo healing knot. They still tie that complex knot that has a part in that knot that represents every organ in the human body. And they're still doing it in Opelousas, Louisiana. So somebody better get on down there and make sure that those traditions keep on going. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the call, I talk about this in our container magic, because your amniotic sac is your container. That's the first container you have. And I'm like, you know, people are talking about it, it just blows me away. People are like, oh, I was born with the call. Okay, what did they do with it? We don't know. Think about your power. If we keep training people, keep your call, keep your placenta, keep your umbilical cord. See, I didn't even know.
Or the old ritual that the mother used to do where they buried it. I mean, there are all kinds of self-affirming and self-strengthening things that could be done to the birthing mother, because that's a point of transition, especially if it's your first child.
Yes.
And there are all kinds of wonderful psychic strengthening things that could be done to update. I mean, there was a reason why our women created this and did this.
I think it's just that people don't, you know, like they don't know. And I see this as the ultimate way of keeping, retaining our power. We survived the horrors of slavery with this. And just think about how powerful we could be, you know, if we just keep teaching and reaching and sharing and giving and pouring power into our people. Because now more than ever in our lifetimes, it's needed. And that's what we have to do. That's the custodial. We you know, remember watch night on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, exactly.
We gotta shut the doors, bring in the secrets, bring in the spirit. We need to have a perpetual watch night for our people. And the only way that we can do that is to reach one, teach one, you know? That's what.
Speaking of rituals on New Year's Day, you know, the old house cleaning ritual people would do. And the Yoruba have a tradition where they do that with white flowers and beat the walls. and they put some of your bodily fluids in whatever the mixture is they're using. I like to use a tiny amount of urine of whatever person is, because listen, unlike, the thing about it is if we pay attention to nature, we can reconstitute a lot of hoodoo.
Yes.
For example, Miss Mary, and she's gone on to the ancestors now. She taught me a thing that you can do to repel or attract, and it's based on basic scientific biology. If you walk a dog, when you walk that dog, he pees on everything. What that dog is doing is he's marking his territory. I read a book on the Arctic wolves, and this man was studying Arctic wolves, and every day when he left his tent, the wolves would come in and ransack his tent and steal.
Well, I think she froze up.
Yep.
I hope she comes back. But yeah, but one of the things while we're waiting for her to come back, if you when you were looking for a house, that's one of old hoodoo tricks. You go in the bathroom. You piss in that bathroom, be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I have to use the bathroom. I sure did that in this house. Okay. Hoodoo got me this house. And that's what I'm saying. It's like we really do have to make these connections. And I'm just really grateful that I'm really technically astute, yet I'm just really getting into them. I'm really coming back to my childhood connection with the earth and how we can do those things together. Somebody was asking some questions earlier that we probably could help answer. I'm gonna scroll back and see if there was one. I saw something that somebody said, where is the origin story prior to slavery and Christianity? Well, you can look back to any of the origin stories from our African traditional religions. If you do comparative research between those and the stories of the Greeks and beyond that, they're all connected. They all feed off of each other. They're just told a different way, all the way down to the Old Testament, which is not Christian, which is the Torah. So one of my main reasons for becoming a practitioner was because I wanted to increase my connection to the Creator. And you, as a scholar, you can't do that just by reading the newest work. You got to dig deep and you got to go back and look at all of the different origin stories. But the origin stories are, come from, if you look at the evolutionary chart of religion, especially for the West African nations that came over here for enslavement, you will see that they all have similar origin stories, just retooled to their culture. So, I mean, the stories are there, if you want to even go back beyond the Bible, if you want to take the next step up past the Old Testament, you want to start looking at the Semitic texts and the Gnostic books that were left out of the Bible by the earliest Christians, but even before that, but they're just retellings of a story. They're just retellings of the same story.
The most useful origin story that I have ever read was The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. In it, he lays out a myth of the destruction of African civilizations, and he lays out a myth of the long march of the firstborn, where he talks about how the early Africans were circled by their enemies and driven into long marches from the coast and cut off from, and that we have continued that long march through slavery and the Middle Passage. And I speculate that that long march will be continued as a starfaring people. I feel that if we are trying to shape the future, that we have to look at getting off the planet, because one planet is not enough to sustain life. You know, the nuclear winter, this planet is not going to make it. And so he lays out this whole myth work of the long march of the firstborn. And it's so in terms of origin stories, I have found that most useful.
Can I say something before our beloved Katrina comes back, and so that everybody, maybe to finish up, she was talking about using urine or marking your space. I'd like to hear from everyone, because this would be good for me, all the elders, what you would say is the most vital hoodoo practice that you could suggest for not just the younger people, but for anyone. We've talked about ancestors. We've talked about creating. Can everyone just speak to that? What is the most vital thing that we need to bring as I like the word hoodooism because I come from like Mambo, I come from the Haitian tradition. But as hoodooism, what's the most vital practice that you think that we need to be carrying forward or even promoting for ourselves? So maybe
Ancestor
everyone.
veneration.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ancestor veneration, first and foremost. Because, like I said, that's the way you learn how to talk to spirits, by talking to the ones that are closest to you. That's your infantry. Those are your people. And my introduction way before I became a professional practitioner was learning how to communicate with spirits. And then how I became a professional practitioner was because those spirits came back and I had fallen so out of touch. I didn't want that in my life. So I called the dudes over at the voodoo store, talking about, I got Haints. Can you come get them out of my house? And they were like, no, boo-boo. These your ancestors. And while we not from your culture and we can't teach you everything about them, here's some books, here's some people. You better get that ancestor altar put up. You can't get rid of them. And so now I knew when spirit was speaking to me because I had become accustomed as a child. This was something that we always did. We always had spirit visitation from our ancestors, and nobody freaked out about it as a child. Some of my family demonized it. Most of my family that had influence on me did not. So if you can't talk to your own people are like, well, how do I get close to spirit and ancestors? Talk to them. Conversation, meditation, anything, whatever you want to call it. You gotta create that connection, that foundation, because everything else, because you can conjure things with your mouth and your hands, tools are fun, they're great, they stack energy, but the reality of the matter is you gotta learn how to communicate with your spirits, period. And that is going to help you communicate with your Ori, your own spirit. If you're not doing that, you ain't doing it right.
I believe, and I'm sorry, I feel like I need to let other folks speak, but that I found that a very provocative question. My answer is soul work, and it's not just hoodoo, but everybody. My answer is that we have to understand life as a pilgrimage. That's all about taking the raw material that you have been given and crafting the best soul that you can craft in your lifetime. And I believe that that's kind of the fundamental for any spiritual seeker. And particularly, I would like hoodoo to be one of the great traditions of the world. And so crafting a great soul out of the raw material that we have been given is what I think life is about. And I think that, that's what I think any great tradition is going to do for its people, the folk who believe in it.
All right, I'm going to get the last. Professor Yvonne, would you like to answer that question yourself? No? All right.
She didn't get to finish her story. She's back.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Dogs.
Okay. Professor Katrina, are you there?
No, you're on mute. Huh?
All she got to do is press the button. Yeah, I think.
Oh.
Oops. I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus. Unmute yourself again. I'm so sorry.
All right. How about now?
All right, we good to
All
go
right,
now.
great, 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 great. I was only using that as an example, that use of the urine to mark your territory, because it's something that is in nature and it works for all mammals. But what happens is that the hoodoo women have found out how it could be used specifically in affairs of the heart. But it is a natural principle that all mammals use. We took it and tailored it to an affair of the heart. And you can use it on your man to make other women, him repel other women. It can be used that way, and to attract them. My husband, he's with the ancestors now, so I can say this. He would come in sometime and he would say to me, "Baby, is there something wrong with me? You know, I'm working in women's houses." He's a contractor, so he was in and out of women's houses all the time. And he would say that some of them come over and, try to get fresh with me. And when they get up, they get so close, something happens and they back away. "Do I smell bad?" he asked me. And I said, "No, baby, there's nothing wrong." Okay. And so these are simply natural. These things exist in nature, and they have a purpose in nature, but we can take them just like you can a piece of technology. Like you can take a stone and craft an arrowhead into it. Well, we take these natural substances and these natural occurrences and tailor them to make them useful in our lives, to solve our problems, and as Baba said, to craft a better soul. And that's basically what some of that stuff is: the use of urine, the use of spit. One of the things, and those uses are the same I found in Yoruba. One of the ways they told me to wake up the soul was the ashe that's in spit, to spit into your palms of your hands and rub them together. Well, when people get ready to work, they go, well, what is that doing? That has an ancient tradition. And for them, that literally is waking up the soul, because the soul is more accessible through the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet. So I think if we study some of the things in nature, for example, if you want to drive someone away in hoodoo, one of the things that you use are thorns. You include thorns in that work because it's a repelling work. And that's just basic principles. You bump into a thorn, it makes you back away. So you use that to make that person or that issue go away. And so it's a working of nature. Yes. And we have to know that, and we have to know our own traditions, I think. And we are getting away from them, unfortunately. And maybe new ones will be crafted that will serve our needs, because all of those traditions served a need. All of those old folk adages and values, they had a purpose. They kept our souls intact. For example, when I was a kid growing up, if my daddy took me somewhere and somebody said, "Oh, your little girl is so pretty," my daddy would stop him immediately and he'd say, "Pretty is as pretty does." Yeah, okay. And so those values were instilled in us because he knew that somewhere down the line, if I became invested in looks, I was going to have a problem in this world. And I think all of those old values are connected somehow to our hoodoo approach to the world. We still have that hoodoo approach to the world, or we all wouldn't be sitting here in this session right now. It's still very much needed by our folks. And people call me all the time because they want a boyfriend, or they want something like that. They want the big magic, right? Oh, some of the things that get requested of you are very interesting.
Katrina?
I don't even do romantic divinations anymore.
I understand.
And it's right on my website. We're not going to talk about your mate, because you are your best mate. I tell people that they'll come in, there are products, Reunited and all different other love, different things. Yeah, people want those products. But as far as the work is concerned, like somebody came in and they were like, "Well, my husband left and I want him to come back." And I'm like, "Well, have you divined on it? Because maybe he should stay gone." Because that's my thing. One of the things about hoodoo and learning and connecting this with nature is what comes to you is yours. If it goes away, there's a reason. Maybe you should, instead of conjuring up that drama or that pain or that person in your life, you should be cleansing those things away so that you can bring in what you were really supposed to have in the first place. And that's the whole thing about this soul growth. People keep seeing this drugstore hoodoo, they keep seeing, and even white folks magic has been subjected to this, this commercialization, this lack of spiritual approach to what we call magic. And it's like, if it's not gonna make your soul glow, reference, yes, to coming to America, what point is it in your life?
Yeah.
What is it for?
Katrina, I would like to ask you a question.
Okay.
First off, I'd like to ask, how's your health? You good?
It's pretty good. It's hanging on in there.
Good. You and I go back a long ways. I find myself as an elder moving into closure. I would like to know from you how you are negotiating and navigating what has become important to you in terms of legacy.
I'm asking those questions now. I'm beginning to ask those questions of myself now. And the other day, I finally came to the conclusion of what would be hell for me. So I finally decided what would be hell for me. And I've just been asking myself a whole series of questions of, how do I want to make this exit? And what, if anything, I have to look forward to. One of the things I definitely want to do is I want to have all the financial business and stuff intact so that it won't fall on my family's shoulders. That's the first thing. I want to make sure that's all intact. And I'm happy that I'm happier that I wrote Mojo Working than I am when I wrote Jookin'. And most people know me for Jookin', but I've seemed to have gotten this second audience of people that I'm very happy and very grateful for all of you all. You just don't understand. I never expected anything like this. But yeah, I was called to write that thing. I wasn't called to write Jookin'. I wrote Jookin', but I didn't write Mojo Working. Something else did. So I'm happy with that legacy. I do have a couple of more things I want to crank out. And I do want to do the June German Dance Project, and I want to finish this article on scat singing and the ring shout that I'm almost finished with. I've been working on it for a while. But I would like to have some grandchildren. I wish my daughter would go on and get pregnant. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I won't fret over it, But
let me ask a question, Katrina.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered a memoir? I mean,
yeah, I have. And in fact, I'm writing.
Story.
I have 10 short stories that I have finished, and I'm working on more. And they are all true stories, and they're all from my memory. And
I'm talking about a straight up really memoir.
And it's kind of a memoir because it's a series of true stories from my childhood that are pretty amazing.
I'm a novelist, Katrina. I know the difference between fiction and a memoir. I'm asking you about a memoir. I'm asking you about telling your story, telling what you have come through, and leaving a legacy for future generations. Katrina, you owe us this, Katrina.
Well,
you owe us.
Okay, all right now.
All right. Well, see, a lot of people don't know what I came through. People see me, they see Katrina college professor. They don't see Katrina incarcerated, Katrina runaway, Katrina homeless. They don't see, Katrina pregnant at 16. They don't see none of that. They don't see 3 years locked. They don't see that person.
The generations need to see it, Katrina. You need to do a memoir. Yeah. And I believe that all practitioners need to tell their story. If for future generations. The other folk tell our story, and that doesn't work.
Yeah.
And Katrina, you are one of the forces of our times. You owe us.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
You don't owe us, but it'd be nice to have.
Hey.
Yeah. I okay. you convinced me. I'll all right.
Thank you.
Well, I'll get my little tape recorder out and just start talking into my tape recorder.
Please, please.
Some
And
of the
Papa, we could,
stories, though, you know, in fact, all of the short stories are in the form of a memoir. The one called Midweek Hairdo is about child molestation and how the men in my community got together and literally beat this child molester publicly and drove him out of the neighborhood. And I have a series of stories like that. I have a story about a Black woman who was a midwife to the county sheriff when her son killed a white man. And they had him in the jail getting ready to lynch him. And she went in and literally ripped her shirt open and bared her 88-year-old Black breasts in front of this sheriff and reminded him, you used to suck my titty, you little devil. All true stories from my family, all true stories that I lived and heard. Time I spent as a migrant worker in Florida, working on tomato farms. The times I spent working in a laundry, you know, for 70 cents an hour. All of this as a high school dropout before I decided to go back, are in the short stories. And maybe that is a memoir that I could put together because I've written like 10 of them already.
There you go.
And they do tell in some detail.
There you go.
Dr. Hazard, if you need any help, if you need any editing, proofreading,
I need all the help I can get.
I'm going to volunteer for that. I don't pay. It's going to give me the time. But these are stories that need to be told. And if I can lend any gifts that the spirits have given me to help you get that out, you know, publicly, so y'all can hold me accountable to this, I am volunteering my services. So
Yes.
Thank you. You know, with the revival of midwifery, with these midwives now coming back, I think about some of the stories I used to hear people tell when I was growing up. Some of the old ladies would be sitting around talking to my grandmother and my great-grandmother, and some of them had been midwives. And I remember one old lady bragging so severely about how she could turn a breech baby and never have to deliver a breech baby because she knew how to get them to turn around and bring the head down first. And I could just hear that story right now as I sat on the steps with my friends, overhearing these people talking with my grandmother about how they cutting the women open now to deliver the babies because they breech. Yeah. So, you know, with midwifery returning, maybe we will be able to salvage, like not throw that baby out with the bathwater. Maybe we can save the baby.
As you know, Katrina, I've retired, but I spent the last 20 years helping folk make books.
Yeah.
And so, you know, and there are folk that owe us, and I feel that you are one. And I would offer to help you make this book, but hell, you know how to make books.
Yeah.
I know you know how to do this, you know, but if you need help, you know, I'll help you. But,
I need all the help I can get.
But I know you know how to do this. So, you know, but my mentor, Baba John Killens, the great griot master of Brooklyn.
Yeah, John Killens.
And he reached the point where he needed to tell his story, but he was afraid. He felt like once it's me telling my story, it's all over. But that's not the case. And so he died without telling his story. And it was a cultural tragedy that he did not tell his story. Katrina, please tell your story.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll tell
Y'all,
these short stories. We'll put together some of them.
There you go.
Yeah, we've been at it for almost 2 hours, and I really could sit back and listen for 2 more all day. I want to put together, with y'all's permission, I want to put together an elder council, an actual event just for the elders to come together. And I know travel is difficult, but if there's a way that we can make travel a little bit easier and we can get the elders together, I will put together a bus and I'll pick all of y'all up and we can come somewhere warm, and then I'll drop you back off at home. Whatever it takes, I really want to put something together where we can all get together in person and have, you know, this type of communion and wisdom sharing.
And I have resources to share also. I got from Cassandra Wims I got that complete list from her of every verse in the Bible that the old hoodoos used and what they used it for. That I would be happy to share with you. And other things like that I've got. And Cassandra Williams needs to be involved. General Windwalker, who is Mama Houdon, and others as well.
Okay.
You know, that brother in Virginia who ties that amulet the four corners of the world. He should be, some people should be in touch with him. I lost contact with him, but I'm sure I could probably drum him up.
When I was teaching at Syracuse, I had a grant to do a conference, and I brought in all of the high hoodoos that I knew, that I only knew through the internet, and I wanted to actually meet them. And it was Mama Houdon, it was Katrina, it was Snake 2G, who is also known as Melvin Gibbs, who plays the greatest bass guitar that you will ever know. But he also was invited to MIT to lecture about hoodoo physics.
Ooh.
And we had a conference, all of us, the high hoodoos of America. There were 9 of us that blew folk away, but for us it was an amazing experience because this was the first time we had actually met each other in real time, in the real world. I would love to see some kind of a real world gathering of high hoodoos.
Now, I would love also to see sessions that would be similar to Christian revivals. That would be hoodoo revivals where people would come with their issues, like people being called up to the prayer circle, and the mojo bags could be wrapped for them and tailored for them, and those verses could be, I could just, got this vision of seeing all kinds of things that could be done.
A literal tent meeting. Laying of hands, dancing in the
all of that.
Communal meals, just the loving and the blessing of the babies. Oh, yes.
Yeah. All of that. And there's that center at St. Helena Island, the Penn Center. Benazet House is where Martin Luther King used to go to hide out.
Yep.
And that would be a great place to have it.
Well, what time of year you think?
Well, I was thinking, when is the time that most people are free? Maybe early summer before it gets too hot. Early summer.
Yeah, I think we got to take the current situation into consideration.
Yeah.
We going through the hammer. I don't know about gathering folk right now.
Right.
As the tribal witch doctors, we got to we got to get our people through this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Safely.
These are hard times, but it's the hard times that can possibly generate new horizons. We got to get our people through this.
How do you suggest we go about doing that, Papa Ricky Doc?
By doing what we do, which is we do soul easery, which is the individual consultations, and also we are cultural custodians. We accent the positive, eliminate the negative, don't fuck with the in-between.
Can I share the screen? Can you let me share the screen for a quick minute?
Yes,
I want to just pull up these possum bones I got here.
And then, it does give time to plan. I don't know if anybody else has found this to be true. One of the pandemic has given gifts. It gives us time to sit back, not feel that pressure to be out, to produce, to do this, do that, and the other, and to really reflect. So it could be even more cohesive and more organized if we take a year to plan. maybe, a year out of this, it'll be different. We're seeing some drastic changes, even with this latest strain of COVID, as far as how it's affected us and treatments and things like that are available. But it would give us definitely time to get it all organized, have it all planned out without putting, people at unnecessary risk. Because, and what he was saying, when we come out of this, we got to be ready. Just like after the Spanish flu epidemic of 1918, look at what it brought, the Roaring Twenties. Look at how it rolled into the Harlem Renaissance. We are entering this age of Aquarius where things are going to shift and change, and we can produce and grow and do that soul growth. So it bears that we take some real serious time to plan something like this.
Professor Katrina, do you know how to make me a host after I make you a host?
Well, if you make me a host, then I can screen share, or I can be a co-host and I can screen share.
I don't know. It's not giving me the option to make you co-host. So I'm going to just make you the host and then you just pass it back whenever you finish.
Okay. I just want to pull up these possum bones.
I got you. Yes.
All right. Let me see if I can do it now. Aha. All right. And let's see. See those?
Yes.
Those are possum spine bones. That's what the old hoodoos used to use to divine with the possum bones. And my daughter goes to the railroad track and gets dead possums, skins them, takes the meat off the bones, and then, and cleans the possum bones, bleaches them, puts them in the sun, bleaches them white. And this is a complete set here. 7 of them they would use. But if somebody needed 9. So if someone wants to attempt to reconstitute a system using the old bone divination, I have possum bones and lots of them.
I would like to say, riffing off that, and my apologies for just speaking out so much, but I would like to say, because we talked about Papa Joe, Papa Gede Nebo Be Lakwe. Papa Joe was one of the most amazing. Papa Joe was like the most classic hoodoo I know. Old school.
Getting them low.
And he once made a divination chain for me. Oh man, it was like he made a divination chain for me. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna go all off into it. But Papa Joe, man, he was one of the most legendary.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. I think he passed on. I'm pretty sure.
Oh well, he was in bad shape when we did that conference. Remember, I had to do a video of him because he was in bad shape then, and his wife was keeping him alive. And it was clear, and that's the reason he didn't come to the conference, because he just couldn't make it. His wife, who is a voodoo mambo, was keeping him alive. He had kidney issues, and she was doing home dialysis.
Dialysis.
And she kept him alive long after he was supposed to be gone. And I kind of knew he was gone, but I hadn't checked because I was afraid.
Yeah.
So thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, I remember.
Papa Joe was so wonderful. He was like the most classic hoodoo ever. He lived on Rabbit Trail Road.
Yeah.
I mean, how classic is that? You know, you had to go down the rabbit trail to find him.
Literally, you had to go down the rabbit trail too.
And to literally find him.
What was his last name?
It was Fisher.
He was Joe Fisher, right?
Yes.
Papa
Who
Joe
said
Fisher.
that? It was Fisher,
Yeah.
Papa Joe.
Yeah, I remember him. He's one of the legends. He's
Yes,
one of
he
the
is.
legends, and that's what I'm talking about. you know, recovering the ancestors as humans and as legends. That's,
Yeah.
you know, that's it.
And we don't have his story,
That's it.
Katrina.
Yeah.
You hear me?
That's
We
it.
don't have his story.
That's it. Yeah.
So I want to tell y'all before I close out that I'm working on a documentary about hoodoo, about root work, about conjure. All right. Professor Yvonne has been working with me all year. I give so much honor to this woman for trusting me and taking me under her wing and believing in me. Um, I've been trying to do a documentary since 2017. And when I told her that that's what I wanted to do, she got me a class to learn how to make films. She started putting together documents so that we could get grants. And there are no words to express my gratitude to her for the work that she has done with and for me. And I want to invite the elders and the panel and the guests as well to participate and assist, and any information, time that you have for us to sit and document your stories, document your opinions and thoughts on hoodoo and how to preserve it for these generations coming. I really want to sit with y'all, schedule some time to get together when it gets a little warmer. Safely, of course. I will wear my mask. Make sure I put my tea tree all over my body so I don't pass no germs on to you. And if we can get together soon, let me know. I love you all and I thank you all and I appreciate and honor you. And I hope that we can continue this relationship and this conversation between those of us who are coming up in the practice and those of you who have been at this. You ain't new to this, you true to this. So thank you. And I will see you very soon. And we're going to go ahead and open up for our next panel.
All right. How do I make you the host? How do I do that?
Go to the bottom where it says participants.
Okay. All right. Hang on. Let me get that. Okay.
And type my name in the search bar, Larisha.
Okay. Hang on. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, where it says more, click that drop down. Oh, wait, there it goes. Oh, I could do it myself.
Okay.
I learned something new.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for even thinking enough of me to invite me.
Right. You are, listen, you are everything to us. You don't understand how important you are to us. You are a lot of us. You are our first hoodoo mother.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
When we were looking for something, you had it already. You laid it out.
That's what I wanted to do with that book. And that right there is the reward. Just when hear somebody say that, because that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to show clearly that this marketed hoodoo is not our system, that what we had was another thing. And listen, just seeing that stuff on the internet used to just eat me alive at night. And then it said, no, you got to do something about it. And I said, oh God, how long will it take me to write a book? I don't know anything about those sources.
And you did it. And it was, that is, and when I first, I got the book in 2017. Okay. And it came because I was looking for hoodoo, and I typed in hoodoo in the Google search bar, and the first thing that popped up at that time was luckymojo.com. All right. And I went into the forum. I didn't know who Cat Ironwood was. I didn't know she was a white woman. I didn't know anything about her. I found her forum. I saw the books. I said, this is not quite what I'm looking for. Right? I am a lay historian. I want to know the truth about my people. So I went in there looking for my people and I couldn't find them. So I went in the forum and she was online and I said, hey, where can I find some books about hoodoo from the 1920s, late 1800s? Are there any books written around that time or about that time? She's like, why are you looking for that? I said, because I just want to get to the root of it. And so that started a whole discussion where she, at the end of the talk, said to me, while y'all were choosing Black liberation movements like the Nation of Islam, like the Moorish Science Temple, I was sitting at the feet of your grandmothers learning hoodoo. Basically spitting in my face and telling me,
Right.
oh, well,
Which was a
it ain't
lie.
right. So I
This
then went
lie
on
is
a
a
Google
proper
search
lie.
and I said, Hoodoo by Black authors. And your book and Professor Yvonne's book were the first two that popped up. And I got those books and I read those books and I went on a campaign and a crusade and I found everybody else like me. I started the Nine Minds radio show and interviewed as many people as I could find. I had already been following Eolosha, who is my godmother, my Ifa godmother, and she had already been talking about holistic parenting and eating right and loving your body and loving yourself and not taking other people's opinions and ideas and thoughts into account. And I became who I am because of all of you on this panel. So thank you so much.
Well,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
y'all, honor y'all, and I can't
Thank
wait till I
you.
meet you in
And
person.
thank you all. Thank you all for just reading the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. All
Dr.
right.
Hazard,
Thank you.
please accept my Facebook friend request.
Yeah, I sure
I've been
will.
sitting there for
I
years.
sure will.
Let me make sure it's still there.
All
My,
right,
sin-
yeah.
my sincerest apologies, but I'm going to take this minute to do some promotion.
Please do. You got it.
I have a book called The Hoodoo Book of Flowers.
Yes,
Yes.
I got this.
I attempted to write an African American holy book. I feel that holy books are, you only have a limited time. I only have a limited time on the planet. I tried to figure out how to affect as many generations as possible while I'm here. I decided holy books are the greatest game that I can come up with in the time, in a basic lifetime. I feel that I want hoodoo to be one of the great traditions of the planet. I tried to write an African American holy book. I'm trying to forge an African American way. So I'd like to, give us a little quick shout out for the Hoodoo Book of Flowers. Thank you.
Go get the Hoodoo Book of Flowers. I think each of these people, I don't think Mambo Elizabeth Ruth has written a book, but all of their books, Eolosha's books, Ona Agbani, the Hoodoo Book of Flowers, Mojo Working,
Is
and
that
Black
you?
Magic, those are all Bibles.
Is that
Those
Mambo
are all
Elizabeth
holy books.
Ruth? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mambo Elizabeth Ruth. She has not written a text yet.
All right. Is
She's
that 'cause
working
what's
on
that
it.
Cocoon
Mama
series
Ru?
illness? I
Talking
got
about
you on
Mama
Facebook.
Ru?
Yeah, I'm just pulling you
Yes,
up on
sir.
Facebook.
Yes, Mambo Elizabeth Ruth is my Facebook, and yes, that's the next thing. And I love how they talked about how to bridge old school hoodoo with new school hoodoo, and that is the goal. I'm just trying to put a framework together. That's the goal.
If we can get together at some point and talk about the rituals that were given to us from our ancestors and run it by the elders to get some insights on that and connect it to the past or things that have already been done, that would be the biggest, that would blow my mind. That would blow my mind. But all right, let me go ahead. I'm gonna pull in, let's see, what's coming up next. I believe we have Mama Christina Springer's panel coming up next. Hold tight.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Hazard, Mambo Elizabeth Ruth, because I
got it.
Thank you. I can't find I love your personal. I love your page, but your personal page. I
Katrina Hazard.
Okay, All right.
Plain old Katrina Hazard.
Okay, let me go back and make sure my friend request. This is
All right, I'm about to mute y'all right now, and
not Hazard Donald. That's a different page. Hazard.
I got you. I got you. I've sent it again.
I just confirmed you. We are now friends. You have Ezra's Conjure Garden.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Chicago. Oh yeah, there's Yvonne. There's Antoinette Doe, and Papa Joe Fisher.
Sure.
Renee Stout did the cover of my book, you know. That's Renee Stout's artwork that did the cover of the book. She designed that cover just for the book. Yeah. She wanted to do a bit more. She needed more time, but the press needed something in a hurry. So that's what she gave us. Now I was very happy with it. Yeah. She designed that cover for the book. And she got dropped in my lap by another artist. I didn't know about her work, her Conjure series. And somebody just kind of dropped it on me. I'll tell you, that book was written by another force. I didn't write it. It just came through me.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break.
Okay.
So everybody can get up and stretch. I know I need to. We will come back on at 1:11. All right, everybody good? Y'all having a good time?
Yes.
Can Mama Katrina Hazard please accept Sophia Bug's friend request too? Thank you.
Okay, hang on. Let me get back here.
right, Miller.
Me too, since we had it.
All right, hang on. Here we go. Let me just see. I didn't get them yet. All right, here we go.
No, I requested
All right.
her too, but years ago she ain't never had me though.
All right, hold on. Tina Moore. Is that
All
Tina
right,
Moore? One just came from somebody named Tina Moore. And Thomas Porter. Somebody just came, Thomas Porter. Nadine Nichols. Okay, wait, there's another one. Where's this one? Okay. Joy Tabernacle. Lena Barbie. No?
I'm
everybody in here right now.
Yeah,
Those are all
I'm Joy Tabernacle.
Okay, hang on. Let me just. Is Joy Tabernacle there? Is that Joy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Joy Tabernacle?
Tina
Yeah, I'm
Moore,
here.
too.
Okay, I got you. I just got your friend request.
And Tina Moore.
Okay, let me see if I see that one. That one didn't come on yet.
And the one that says Nadine, that's me.
Okay, hang on. Not yet.
You said the name.
I had to refresh the page, Elder.
Okay, hang on. Let me do
Tracy
that.
Stubblefield, please consider.
All right, hang on. Let me do that.
We need to move on.
Okay, let me go back here and reconnect with your group. Joy Tabernacle, Lena Barbie, Marietta Altenor. Another one just came in.
Yes, that's me. Thank you so much.
And Marietta?
Yes, I'm Marietta. Thank you so much.
Okay, hang on. Mumbo, all right, got it. Just confirmed you. All right, got Joy.
Yes, and I'm Lena Barbie.
Confirm that one. I just did another one here. Hang on. Okay. Josephine Nadine Nichols.
That's me. Yes, that's
Okay.
me. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Got that one. Got it. And is that Portia?
It's Portia.
Portia. All right.
Yeah.
I just got that one. Hang on. Oh, they just jumped. Got it. All right. I just confirmed. Latoya Anderson.
Yes, ma'am. That's me. Thank you so much.
Gotcha. Nika Ella.
That's me. Thank you.
All right. Gotcha. Tina Moore. Is that Brahma? Tina
Yes.
Moore Brahma. Gotcha.
Yes.
All right. And is that, oh, there's another one just jumped on. Is that Monisha?
Yes.
Monisha Rochelle.
Yes.
Gotcha. And now this is an interesting name. Bikizela Nguni.
Kazela, yes, thank you.
Gotcha. Gee. Lena Barbie.
Yes, I'm Lena Barbie.
Popped on. Gotcha. Jasmine just popped on. Boy, this thing is popping. Oh, y'all Woodruff.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Jasmine. And Ash Mugwana Maji.
That's me.
All right, gotcha. And Rish Detera. Up.
Yep, that's me.
Gotcha. And this is Miasia. Is that Rakasat? Miasia, did I say that right?
Maisha Rakasat.
Ah, Miaisha Rakasat. Gotcha.
Thank you.
And Ashaki.
Right here. Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Tracy Stubblefield.
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
you there, Tracy? Gotcha. Stubblefield. Gerard Miller. Gerard.
Yes, ma'am.
Up. What is? Yeah, right. Gerard. Up. These things are popping. All right, there you are. Gerard Miller and Congo
ma'am.
Cosmo. Gotcha.
That's me. Thank you so much.
Gotcha. And Jennifer Hope West. Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Gotcha.
you.
Gotcha. And you know, for those of you that want that those Bible verses, the prayer verses, I'll dig them up. I've got a whole file of material, just like Papa does, and all the other folks that were on that line. We had a line where we discussed Hoodoo for a couple of years there, and we all kept the stuff. So we got all kind of material. Yeah, so I'll be happy to share it. In fact, if somebody should really just have a Hoodoo archive somewhere, because I'm sure between Yvonne having dug up stuff and things that people have collected over the years, we need a Hoodoo archive somewhere.
We working on it.
You know? Yeah, we need a Hoodoo archive because the information is there, but it's so widespread. I went down to the old Truro Infirmary in New Orleans, which was one of the hospitals that would accept slaves during slavery. And I went through the slave admission rolls to see if anybody was admitted for something like having spells or anything that might lead to hoodoo. Okay, so you got to go down the rabbit hole to get the information. It is there, but it's in places you would never suspect. Never suspect. Police records, because they consistently raided hoodoo ceremonies and hoodoo rituals, especially in New Orleans, and other places like that. Missionary records. I went down to Amistad collection and went through some of their old missionary records. I also went through their public health records. They did a whole series of public health interviews where they interviewed Black men on the street, asking them about cures to, say, things like syphilis or gonorrhea. And it is full of hoodoo cures and treatments for hoodoo, the things that people believed would work and what people were actually doing to treat those disorders. So the stuff is there. You just gotta look for it in the most unusual places, but it is out there. So I am going to take a break and maybe I will come back. How long will we go this afternoon? How long are people going to go this afternoon? Can anybody tell me?
Yes, we'll probably be over around 4:30.
Okay, so that way I can come back in.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody here sent me another request. Let me get that one. Up. All righty. Sophia, I got you. All right, I just confirmed it. All right. I see on some of your sites, we have some of the same people. Yes, Louisa Tish, she sent me a book of Zulu. She sent me a book entitled The Zulu Bone Oracle, which lays out the system of bone divination that the Zulus use. She sent me that some years ago as a special little gift. Yeah, I wonder where this, okay, here's Orlando Hunter. You have Orlando. Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. Sophia, you have Orlando on your site.
Yes, we actually just recently met at a farm conference. He's an amazing artist.
Well, you know, he's a dancer, right?
Yes.
And we're friends on Facebook and we're friends otherwise because I'm a dancer and he reads all my dance stuff, the stuff I've written about dance.
Yes,
we're a small world.
agriculture is a space for people to access the land and access art.
Yes. Yes. Oh boy, look at these here. You got okra and black eyed peas. I'm looking at this food here on your site.
That's right.
That's what I'm talking about.
You like that broccoli?
No, I'll do it. I'm about to tear it up.
All right. All right, well, I'm going to take a break. And I will
All right, Mama.
probably be back. I am going
Yes,
to,
please come back.
I'm going
We
to,
can't wait.
I'm not going to leave. I'm going to just stop my, oh wait, I don't see if I stopped my video. That means, can you all still see me? I've stopped. You can hear me though.
Yes, we can hear you.
But you can't see me. All right. Okay, I'm going to just take a break. And I'll be back.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so next we over here fangirling in the comment section. Next we have setting the table, curing spiritual famine through community action. All right, and this is where we talk about what our responsibility is to the community, to the elders, and to each other. Right, and we have Christina Springer who's going to lead that conversation, along with Joy Tabernacle at tabernacle.life and Gerard Miller of alteredroots.com. And you can find Christina at yes.com. Has 4 M's. Maybe she'll tell us why she chose 4 M's instead of 3 or 5. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Y'all can go ahead and unmute yourselves. And yeah, there we go.
I am so full.
All right. Girl.
So full. I am
Me
so
too.
full. You don't even know how full.
Yes, I do. But go ahead.
It almost, I almost don't. They covered all the things.
Right.
They covered all the things.
Like we're done here.
I'll answer your question. It's 4 M's because the 4 M's stand for Mighty Mama's Many Moods. And that's the site where I put my pennies together because y'all know I'm an artist. And not everybody can afford my gallery work, so I put it there. But you can also find me at christinaspringer.com. That's where my fine art lives and various musings. These past couple hours really got me thinking. They covered everything that I would want to talk about. And something that struck me so profoundly while they were speaking is something that I've heard many times, but only really in the past few years have I really begun to internalize it. And it's something that's really hard sometimes for many people to work with, but there is never really anything in a book that is better than an elder's oral testimony. And I wrote that in the chat, but I want to say that again, is the way we were blessed this this morning is profound beyond measure. And it is an exchange. We receive, but they also receive. And especially as you approach your elder years, people tend to listen to you less and less because young people have new, fresh, wonderful, brilliant ideas, and you're going to transform the world with a circular transportation mechanism. And old people just call that a wheel, but it's different than a wheel. It's something new that just you invented. And really what we're talking about is a wheel, and it's time for us to go back and look at the wheel. So I wanted to, so this panel started in a moment, because rarely do I engage on the social medias with spirituality, because they are often filled with so much mayhem and misinformation. And but what's become clearer and clearer to me in our wider Black community is we are in a place of extreme spiritual famine, is what I'm calling it. Deep and profound spiritual famine. And that spiritual famine is so rough that people are drinking sugar water and calling it broth. And it's been getting me thinking, how do we address that? Well, one of the ways we address it, with like Rish, this conference every year is so critical for bringing us all together. And as Dr. Hazard was saying, the information is so wide and dispersed. It really is now become the onus of the younger people to begin to collect and gather. And so everything I had to say, I'm just riffing now because I had copious and detailed notes that I had that I had prepared to talk this to talk and share with and brainstorm with Gerard and Joy. And I've thrown them all out the window in favor of coming towards some ideas that jumped up in these past few hours. And one of those ideas, because we've heard it the past, even last night. I mean, the conversations last night were rich. It is time for us. Yes, we all know we need to get better on our food sovereignty. We need to reconnect and reestablish our connection with the earth. I mean, these are all givens. We are all coming to, in these rooms, I hope we're all coming to understandings that we cannot purchase our spirituality. It is not for sale. It is not like this white paganism that we see all and everywhere. At TJ Marshall's, you get your so-called smudge kit. It's not that. You don't go get what was Mama Ruth calling it? Drugstore hoodoo. None of that is going to cure this famine. And so I want to open this up to Joy and Gerard, but one of the things that just keeps coming on me is how do we create more environments like this, this space that Rish has given of herself, her time, and her energy to create for us once a year at what is for me often one of my busiest spiritual times of the year. And how do we keep it ongoing? And one of the things that was on me, that's been on me as we spoke, is I feel it is time for us to it's like it's important to live in your faith. And by living in your faith, it means knowing what your supply chains are. It means being conscious about your food. It means being conscious about how you do or do not specifically consume. It means getting accurate and reliable research done. But more than that, it also is a commitment. And I'm beginning to wonder if how do we find ways to create access in ways that are comfortable for our elders? Because and what keeps coming on me is I think it's time for us to look at investing in an elders fund. So that was just an idea that popped up while we were talking, is that it's time for us to start looking at what are methods that we can use to support our elders in this time where it is so critical to transfer the knowledge, because anybody with access to a computer can write anything that they want to, and if they have enough Insta clicks and enough Facebook likes and a really poppin' TikTok, is suddenly an authority. I feel it is vital and necessary for us to start to address that and find ways to help our elders transfer this knowledge to us. If you don't have a godparent, or you're not working with an elder, how do we actually not even set the table? How do we put the table up? I don't think we're even at a position where we set the table yet. We need to build the table. I'm going to ask Joy and Gerard to chime in, because I see Joy out here along with Rish and some others. Gerard, Tyrell Blackmus are building tables, and I would like to hear. Oh, sweetheart, yes, I understand that. There were a number of Orisha folk in Cleveland, Ohio. But you're right, we do need communities. And we also do need dedicated workers to help the elders transfer this knowledge. Are you there, Joy? Are you there, Gerard?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm in transit a little bit because we ran over, so I'm just kind of just touch and go. But I don't really have too much to add to that, except yes, absolutely. Like, how are we building infrastructure that supports our elders, that supports our communities? How are that supports because I think that, over the past couple of years, we have seen what happens when, not people are just finding community on the internet or social media, but people's communities are mainly on social media. And that's where they are drawing most of their knowledge, most of their information from. And, I think what happens is that people are not developing their own discernment. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Or is it? Yeah, I think that people are not developing their own discernment, don't have levels of discernment. And so you'll see people doing what, prompted this conversation, because there's not a strong presence, or people haven't been learned how to seek out. And I think that's part of the internet. It's like there's a big upside to the internet and social media, and that's that we're all here together. I don't think I would have met Rish if I wasn't online. I don't think I would have met a lot of people if I wasn't online. But the foundation of my spiritual thought, the way that I think about spirituality, did not come online, and it couldn't come online. So I see people, I'm not a Orisha devotee or initiate, but I see people who are initiated, who are saying things that I'm like, clearly y'all are just regurgitating things that are on the internet. So how do we, pull the people that we love and that we know aside and be like, hey, look, these are the pathways to get some good information, to get some good foundation, to get some good support. And I do think that is like investing in elders, investing because elders are a library, So if we're not doing that investing, then we're going to have all of this flim flam that's surfacing around, and we're going to have the person who can afford to be the highest on the Google search site to be looked at as the authority on hoodoo. And we're going to have people, we're going to have people who are saying, oh, we can't reclaim it as ours because it's a mix of I saw, I was teaching, because I'm teaching the kids, I'm like have like a formal hoodoo 101 class for them. And so I'm researching just a lot of different things. And so I'm researching the different ways that people I put comparisons for the different ways that people defined hoodoo. So, like I had Mama Katrina's definition of hoodoo, and then I grabbed some bullshit off the internet that was like, hoodoo is a combination of European, Irish, and Indian. There was not a drop of African mention in this conversation about what hoodoo was. And so I think that, and I think that if we don't have people like Mama Katrina who are saying, if we're not investing in people, giving people platforms like Mama Katrina, like yourself, like Eolosha, like Papa Flowers, like if we're not investing in and giving and uplifting those narratives, then we don't have the history. We do not have the history. And this is why people can come in and say, oh yeah, this means that I'm doing this, and I have the Yemaya Oshun, Mommy Wata, waist beads, like the things that you've put up is because you develop your discernment and relationship in community. You develop your discernment with elders. And if you don't have elders to be like, yeah, I like what you're doing, but maybe you're veering a little bit off. Maybe that's not completely, that's not grounded in something that has been, that's not grounded in something that's been really true for us as a people, then you're going off the map, I guess that's all I have to say. But yeah, I just really, I do appreciate, even turning our minds to think about what it means to support elders in that way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you go.
First, I wanted to answer Tina's question. I see in the chat, anybody in North Carolina? Yo, Larisha Stone is in North Carolina right now. The Eolosha is in South Carolina right now. Ifeshayo Egunjobi is in North Carolina. So that's that. It's a gang of people in North Carolina. So just reach out to Rish, and I'm sure she can give you the whole lowdown. In order to answer your question and kind of synthesize some of the stuff that's been going through my head in the last 2 hours listening to the elders, I have to give some biography, right? So, because it makes me think about what Papa Flowers said in the conflict between what he was saying and what Dr. Sherrill was saying. I'm only 33, but I grew up in Baltimore at a time when that city was 80% Black. Now regentrification and whatever is happening. But at that time, I had two of my great-grandmothers and one of their mothers. Daisy Virginia Lewis Bryant, Ibaye, Mae Francis Ebron Ringgold, Ibaye, and Alice Johnson Ebron, Ibaye. And I grew up in a church surrounded by elders, where the mothers of the church were the church. And can trace that church body can trace its lineage directly back to Azusa Street. And you want to talk about spiritualism and things that come out of the hoodoo in the Black church, right? Before there was a C.H. Mason, there was a Bishop Seymour, right? So my folks go back to Bishop Seymour anyway. oldest person that I've ever known was in that church, Trinity Apostolic Faith Holiness Church Incorporated, was Mother White, who was 108 years old when she passed. My great-grandmother, Grandma May, her sister just passed a couple weeks ago. And it was in that environment, being surrounded by elders, being a knee baby, that I learned how to live. I learned how to think. I learned how to talk. I learned how to walk. And then both in the church house and outside, there were just ways that you did things, right? Derek Ofodoronwa of the Medicine Shell, he does a lot about Igbo spirituality and cosmology. So he talks about the difference, the distinction between Ominala and Odinani. So you have what we do on the land and you have why. So much, even if you look at the church tradition, because there was a sister in the chat talking about the church that she grew up in, threw the hoodoo out as far as she could see. But there are things that we do as culture. There are things that we do because that's what we do. And as far as we know it, that's just what you, like, I have a pot, I made a pot of greens, rice, and my black eyed peas finished overnight, right? We do that on New Year's. Why? 90% of Black people could not tell you exactly why we do it, but we do it. And they'll tell you it was for good luck. Could they tell you the representation of the greens versus the beans versus the rice versus the cornbread? Not necessarily, but they do these things because my grandmama taught me to do that, or because I saw somebody do that. And I didn't realize what I'm getting to is I didn't realize how blessed I was, how distinct that experience was of growing up under the direct instruction of elders until I began to get into my late teens, early 20s, and realizing that so many people did not have that experience. And that even throughout, you know, the generational traumas brought by drugs and so-called wars on drugs, and they say they got rid of the draft, but if you have your only options are a gang, the jailhouse, or the army, you're gonna pick, you know, we'll get you out there. So I call that still a draft. So military service, all these traumas. Even my family members who have gone through horrible things still had their grandmothers and great grandmothers to latch onto for that stability and support. And then seeing, so there are things that I know how to do just because we do them. So when Dr. Hazard was talking about people getting up and offering their seats, that's just what you do. That's just proper. But we are now 2, 3, sometimes 4 generations in to traumas that have separated people from these practices, from these ways of knowing, from these ways of living. If you had at this point, let's call it great grandmother, who went through who knows what, and was a heroin addict. And so her children came up without the mother that they could have had. And maybe her mother was still down south. And maybe those kids got shipped down south for the summer or to live with her when they could, or maybe they didn't, and they just suffered in that northern Great Migration City. And then those children who were not properly mothered because they couldn't be, because their mother couldn't, didn't have the ability. She was fighting her own demons. She was facing her own traumas. She wasn't able to provide for them. So they grew up without that cultural transmission. And so they didn't have it to pass on. And they didn't have it to pass, their children didn't have it to pass on. And so we are now sometimes 4 generations deep to a fissure, an interruption in that train, in that line of transmission. So when Papa Flowers is talking about, well, the culture does this, and he kept disagreeing that, we don't throw away our elders, and we don't disrespect our elders, and we, as a whole, no. But there have been breaks. If we're a tapestry, right, there are tears, and we have to address those tears. And part of and I'm trying to wrap this up. So one of the things that we have to do is in all of these things, whether we are seeking or whether we are putting ourselves in a position of serving, is to go to our families. If you want to learn, sit with your elders, invest with your elders, even if, and I'm gonna say, even if they ain't shit, or you have some issues and some problems with them, find out why. And that doesn't mean you have to be buddy and talk to them all the time. But even if like you decide not to deal with the person as they are, if you can see to the root of that interruption, the root of that tear, that gives you a starting point to fix it, to heal that fissure, right? And then if you are put in a position of teaching, of providing, of serving, making yourself available first and foremost to your family. Because your line might be healing or may not have had to suffer the interruption. Like Mambo Liz was talking about, you know, she grew up in a family where they, you know, they just dealt with spirits and they knew what to do, they knew what to say, blah, blah, blah. But then there are other people for whom the interruption has happened. So knitting the web together, repairing the net in your own family.
Can I add to that, Gerard?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm seeing in the comments here is that a lot of people are basically, Sweetheart was saying, I'm basically alone in my family and they will tell me this is the devil. And my response to that is the purpose of going and being with your family, regardless of whether or not they will tell you this is the devil, is to be in a place of observation. And I think one of the things that is so missing is and we can learn, we can begin to hear how the rips happen. You don't have to speak in those situations. It's not always yours to be speaking. One of the messages I got real clear as day a few years ago was I had this voice of again, I had great family, so I never realized how alienated people are. Is I heard the voice of one of my ancestors. I read something like, oh my goodness, I don't feel seen. And I heard the voice of one of my ancestors say loud and clear as a bell, well, who are you to be seen? What exactly have you done that is worth seeing? And I thought that was an epiphany for me. It was time to be quiet and to just hear, almost be like an anthropologist sometimes in your family situations. Observe, watch, take notes, see, separate yourself so that you're not traumatized or re-traumatized by what they've done, but so that you can get an understanding of how they came to be in this position, so that you know what kind of healing energy to throw back. And you don't have to say that you're doing it. You don't have to talk about doing it, but you can be in a place of love. Thank you, God. Keep going. I apologize, but I wanted to just jump on that.
No, can I say something about that really quickly? Because I was in conversation with an artist, very young artist, 23 years old, I think, who is in a space where she's around family, between family and school, and she is constantly in a state of distress and oppression by her relatives, her family. She doesn't feel welcome. She doesn't feel like she belongs. She doesn't feel a part. And I told her, I said, with all the wisdom and understanding that you have about yourself, why don't you confront them as a watcher and an observer instead of a participant? That understanding, that perspective helps you look at things without putting yourself in it. especially when you don't feel like you have a place, right? When you don't feel like this is a place for you, you can go into these spaces and just observe and watch. Read the room as if it's a tarot card, right? What's the energy of these objects? How are they positioned? Here go Uncle Roscoe, who always bring the drama, right? He represents what? He represents challenges. He represents um, conflict. What's the opportunity in that? If there is no opportunity in that, I can supremely ignore Uncle Roscoe and let him know that my boundary is I don't want to bother with you or your energy. Stay over there, right? And then I have, you know, so-and-so over here who is sitting next to this lamp and this cup that has a whole bunch of juice. Let me go get next to them because they have the energy of abundance over here. There's light there. There's a full cup there. So there's something good about this energy over here. So you read the room as if it's, you know, the cards, as if it is, right? The cards are portals. Your spaces are the exact portals that you are in. So you can start to get the energy of the situation instead of just engaging in it and letting it weigh on you. You can become the watcher. I don't know if that helps anybody, but it just made me think when Ia Christina said that, it made me think about that. But go ahead.
I know, Reach, that is exactly it. So you made me think about this thing that went around. It started around Thanksgiving time. People talking about like the different aunties that you'll see at the family function, right? And for every one of those archetypes, right? There's one that's always drunk, the one that don't like nobody, the one that, and as they were putting those lists up, everybody thought about somebody in their family, right? You can identify, oh yeah, that's the one who always played too much. That's the one who got real churchy, right? You can sit. This is a perfect time, like these holiday times, if your family does Kwanzaa, Christmas, Thanksgiving, whatever. For my Haitian family, you know, if you made your food, you're about to take it to grandma's house. Sit and watch how your family interacts.
Yep.
And you can watch history play out in front of you if you take the time to sit back and like maybe look at it and then ask your ancestors, ask spirit, what's going on? You can tell the story. Like I've been able to look into the faces of people when they're talking and see what happened to a great grandparent. By reading the dynamics between them, because if you think about it, we think about our elders so often as elders, right? You look at a 75-year-old and you see him at 75. If you think about that 75-year-old when they were 7.5, and the things that they would have seen, would have witnessed, even just like on the big historical map, and then what was happening locally in your town, in your community, and in your family. Like, what did that 7.5-year-old go through? What did they witness? What did they see? Who did they have around them, right? You can read all of that in the way that people interact. And also, we have been conditioned to ignore our intuition, to ignore our own feelings, right? So the reaction that you have to somebody, good or bad, why is that? And did you have a bad reaction to them and everybody else is fine? Or the opposite, right? You love them and everybody else is kind of standoffish. Who are the pariahs? Why are they a pariah? Right? Are you in a churchy family where the pariah is the hoodooist? You in a heathen family and the pariah is the church person is really doing dirt but don't nobody talk about. They all holy now, right? You can see all of that and expand that from your blood family out to your wider community if you still live in the place that you grew up in.
I want to clarify that never should you endanger yourself in the process of trying to do any of this intergenerational healing. So I just want to put that out there. If you are in a position of danger, this is not your work and it's not your job. That's just a caveat I want to make real clear to people.
100%.
But
and I would like to piggyback off that sentence and just say too is like, I mean, it's so important that we are doing our own healing work, because the reality is that, you know, all of our families have shit, and families having shit, that means that there are possibilities and probabilities of us being re-traumatized, you know. And you know, I don't personally believe in the idea of the observer, because it impacts us. And I think that for a lot of us, and I just want to say that because I think that for a lot of us, when we're talking about, you know, our things, we are so taught, like Gerard said, to not even acknowledge how we are feeling, that it's so easy for us to get into a space of pseudo detachment, or get into a space of like of yeah, I'm okay, it doesn't bother me, but then it comes out, you know, or then it impacts us in different ways. It impacts our health physically, it impacts our family structure, and impact, you know. So I think that it's really clear. I think that it's really important that if you are in a place where there's a lot of conflict with you and your family, you know, or there's a conflict that you are really also seeking out elders that may not necessarily be in your bloodline. You know, I mean, and I say that, you know, because you Mama Christina, you're one of my elders. Like, you're somebody who's helped me in a lot of ways, you know. So, you know, and there are, and I think too, like, we have to also look at family structures, like, you know, like African family structures is not necessarily always being blood. Like, blood is definitely important. I'm not discounting that at all. But like, you know, when Sambofu Somé talked about her family structure, she talked about having many mothers and not knowing which one birthed her until she was a teenager, and children being able to choose different parents, you know. And then even when you think about, you know, the structures of families that we have had to create, you know, in you know, through the transatlantic slave trade, that we are not necessarily the people who we are learning the most from are not necessarily always our blood relatives. I think that it is important for us to understand the ways things have happened, and you know, the types of the types of things that our families have gone through, and also have a, you know, a space of compassion and empathy for, you know, our families, if, you know, when we get to that point. But I don't think that it's necessarily that we're drawing all of our information, all of our knowledge, all of our wisdom from our blood relatives all the time.
I'm with you 100% on that, Joy. And I think one of the blessings, I think one of the big blessings that the gay community has given, and that is part of us, that is queerness, has been the chosen family, and all those aunties that you grew up with that were not blood aunts, but are as far as our heart aunts, that they are part of your family. We have the power to create new families. I often Joy is my heart daughter. And she is I have chosen her to be part of my family. You can build and create new systems, and especially any of you parents out there, building and creating those systems and keeping your children safe and indoctrinating them into those systems is so important. My child was raised up in this. I know Joy is raising her child up in this. So you can impact the future in right now by bringing your children in, by loving them, by raising them to the best of your ability without trauma. Of course, there's always Hebbian plasticity. So please remember, no child is ever raised without trauma because of Hebbian plasticity. Um, does everyone know what that is? Hebbian plasticity. Your neurons fire more strongly when you are experiencing trauma. So your bad memories will always be stronger than your pleasant memories. And that's a phenomenon known as Hebbian plasticity. So when your child is saying something and acting developmentally appropriate, and then referring to it again 5 and 6 years later, it's because of Hebbian plasticity. It has nothing to do with you and how you raised them.
Sherrod, oh, sorry.
I was gonna kick over.
So for me, the basic for analysis of society that I use is the plantation. And what you talk about, choice family, is exactly what our ancestors did, right? You were ripped from house and home, taken across an ocean, and then generation after generation after generation had family members, children, spouses, parents sold away, killed, escaped for their own life, right? And so at various points in your life, you might have to start over. You might get sent to a new place and be told, this is your husband, this is your wife. You might, be taken away and given as a child to another woman to raise, and this is your mother now. And she would take you in and say, I will mother you, acknowledging that I am not your mother, in the same way that you are not the child of my body. And we carried that up through present in our communities. The thing I take from Derek Fodarwa, he talks about the village. And in Nigeria, he's like a Nigerian from Nigeria, raised in the States, talking about most local Nigerians can only trace back their family 7 generations. And that 7 generation connection constitutes their village, right? And your village is your parents, and it'll be your clan, however they define it. And prior to British colonization, like, you were not Igbo, you were not Yoruba, you were Omo or Umu of a place or a person, right? And usually places named after an ancient ancestor. So like everybody in a 50-mile radius was family. And then we bring that here, and wherever our people settled, we recreated the village to the point where after so-called emancipation, there was a whole column in Black newspapers helping people to find lost loved ones who had been sold south from the upper South, who moved away, maybe who ran away. And then during the Great Migration, little towns, like you'd have entire towns or large proportions of towns move into cities. So like the church that I grew up in, come to find out 20 years later that 3/4 of those people are either by blood or marriage related to my families back in North Carolina, because they all moved up together. So this is to say, like, choice family is something we have always practiced. The nuclear family, this is a recent invention of about 70 years.
Yes,
the idea of the nuclear family. Even Europeans lived in intergenerational houses up until about 70 years ago. Right? That was something that was marketeered to everybody. This idea of having an old folks home where it's not that, oh, these are trained professionals who are better able to care for our elders, so we will put them in their care and then go visit them. It's as a place that we put them away, because all that is important is the triad that is profitable under capitalism. But our families have always, like, family has a broader definition. How many of us, don't actually show your hands, but think about, grew up with people who you called auntie or uncle, who you are not even in this moment sure if they're blood related to you. Or you might have been 50 years old when you found out that that wasn't actually your aunt. We talk about play cousins. And we talk, play cousins and play aunties. And I collected godmothers like candy when I was a kid. You want to be my godmother? You want to be my godmother? You want to be my godmother?
My children do the same thing. My son got about 8 godparents.
My partner will.
One of them fall off.
Hey, I collect aunties.
Like Pokemon. Just
yep. And when something go wrong, just like that Pokemon card, you know the right one to pull.
Yep.
This is also something when people talk about challenges with connecting to their ancestors. Often because it's a result of one of these generational breaks, these generational tears. And when I talk about repairing those, I don't mean trying to get your aunties together to talk. I mean, what are you going to do with and in yourself and your household? You know, the scripture that says, as for me and my house, right? That is the healing. But also your ancestors are not just your parents and grandparents, and it's whoever held you, whoever cared for you, whoever poured into you, whoever fed you, whoever you looked up to, right? Who was your capital C choice, capital F family, who are now on the other side. Those are ancestors. If they're on this side, those are still your elders. Those are still your family. And that is still a source of power for you.
There was something that that Iya Christina said, and the image of it sticks out in my mind. She says, you know, people are out here, we're filling ourselves up on things that don't nourish us, right? Bellies distended, poked out due to malnourishment, and bones poking out due to the same thing, right? And with the right clothes on, it might look like you eating good, but really underneath there's a literal famine, a spiritual famine going on. I want to ask y'all, moving forward, what are maybe some habits or some practices or some rituals that we can do to connect ourselves to spirituality in an authentic way, where we're not faking it, right? We're not pretending that a connection is there when it's really not, that we feel it, or pretending that we feel it when we really don't, right? How do we get that authentic connection going, so that when it comes time to really build community, you know, we're all showing up as, you know, spiritually full and adept, and not pulling and grabbing on each other for nourishment because we've already given it to ourselves. Does that make sense?
I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think one thing is like actually giving people a space to learn, like to be in the process of learning, and to acknowledge that we are all in the process of learning, you know, because I think that there's such a rush to be the authority, and part of this is like capitalism, you know, but there's such a rush to like be the one who's giving the readings and making the oils and, you know, doing all of the things, and it doesn't actually leave opportunity to, you know, be really connected. And you know, everybody, like, and you can feel it, like, you know, like you can feel it when somebody's on, when somebody's connected. There's a different response that your body has to a person that is actually genuinely connected. And, you know, we've been taught so long to fake the funk, you know, to fake it till you make it, you know, and what happens is it cuts off our imagination, and it cuts off our ability to be curious. Because if you already know what you go with, everything that you're supposed to know, then you can't be curious enough to learn anything else. The basis of my spirituality is relationship. You know what I'm saying? And you can't come to any relationship with anybody, anything, any being, anywhere, and act like you already know. Because if you come to any relationship like you already know, well, you already know it all, so I ain't gonna tell you shit. You know? And we don't, if we are all busy trying to be the authority, you know, before we take before we have an opportunity to learn, then we not actually building a solid foundation of relationship between ourselves and our spirits, ourselves and our ancestors, ourselves and our and the earth. Like right now, one of the things that I'm working on is to be as being much more sensitive to what my ancestors are telling me. Because a lot of times I'll listen to them, I'll hear them, but I'll just let it go like the wind. You know, and so my process right now is about deepening that relationship, deepening that connection, and expanding in that way, expanding in my relationship to the earth. You know, and we have to not be afraid to say those things either. You know, like even as I'm on here on this panel, like, you know, as a teacher and even as I do teach, I'm also always in the process of learning, always in the process of expanding, always in the process of, you know, finding, you know, sitting with my elders trying to learn something that I didn't know yesterday. You know, and if we make space within culture, like it was like last year that I posted that when a baby falls, if they don't fall hard and they're okay, I clap for them. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't, you have to fall to learn. You know, you have to, you know, you have to stumble around a little bit to learn. And I think that, you know, obviously there are some things that you don't want to fuck around with. You know, obviously there are some things that you don't want to fool around with. But I think that our culture can be so deeply punitive in a lot of ways that when people are trying to, you know, figure, you know, they're trying to find their way, if they don't act like they already know, there's 100 people trying to tear them down. You know, and I think that we have to make space within the culture for us to like welcome people in, to celebrate when people are coming in, to celebrate them taking that first step, even if they might be falling, and to help them to get up if they're falling by through gentle correction. You know, and through like really welcoming them into a community, because part of the reason why we have so much authority and we have so little people that are learning is because we have most of us, even if you look on the chat, like a lot of us have just been out here out in the cold with no community. We've been rocking in this life feeling like we're all by ourselves. When we have the love and the warmth of a community around us, then we are accountable to that community. But if we have not been properly loved and properly welcomed, if our gifts have not been, like so May talks about, if our gifts have not been allowed or welcomed into our community, then we're going to tear that bitch down. You know, and so I think that it is incumbent upon us who are not necessarily elders, but like who got some years in it, you know, who got some time in it, to like look at these people and not be like, oh, so y'all found that shit on TikTok. What's wrong with y'all TikTok witches? You know what I'm saying? Like, but to really be like, you know, let me put you down with this. You know, I see what you're trying to do. I see the work that you're trying to put in. You know, I see what you're trying to connect. Because one of the things that I always say, like, you know, a lot of people know me as a writer, you know, but if it was not for Mama Christina looking at my Facebook poetry and being like, let me sit down with you, y'all, nobody that knows me as a writer would know me as a writer. You know, and so there are people that there are like gifts that we need a community. And I think that this is also like something that we have to check ourselves on as people who are, you know, maybe a little bit more established, is the hubris. You know what I'm saying? It's this idea that just because we do have gifts and our skills is popping, you know what I'm saying, that we are the people who are supposed to be like, that person ain't about shit, that person ain't about shit. I'm talking to myself too, because I be doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because what happens a lot of times is that we are turning away, or we are not welcoming in people who actually have gifts that we all need. you know. And part of my movement in Hoodoo is to understand it. This is not about me as an individual. This is not about the skills that I have. This is not about how gifted I am. And I am very gifted and very talented, but it's not about that. It's about it being in service to the liberation and the healing of Black people. It is being in service to the spiritual liberation, the mental freedom, the capacity for us to be together and build structures that are harmonious and nourishing to ourselves and to each other. And if we're not doing that, if we are not, and actually creating spaces for people to come and to create like something larger than any individual can create, then we just out here showing off for what? It's magic tricks. That's all it is. And that's where you start getting marketeered hoodoo. That's where the drugstore hoodoo comes in, because now everybody wants to oil that's gonna make them get a check. But we're not talking about how the Maroons and the Great Dismal Swamp had a structure whereby they sent pastors all up and down Virginia and North Carolina through the waterways, and they were organizing insurrections through Virginia and North Carolina. Our liberation and our spirituality has always been bound as long as we've been on these shores. And it was never an individual event. It was never an individual event. It was always a collective event. So if we're not thinking about that, our siblings and how they're coming up, then we're not going to have, we're not building structures that are going to be able to hold our children.
It's
Joy, you always come with it every time.
we also can't. I'm sorry, Reese.
No, go ahead.
And it has to be both. What Joy was talking about, that preacher, and then the collective, right? You have the so-called revolutionary leader, right? I'm putting that in big air quotes, and then the body, right? The individual can't do anything without the body, right? Our finger can't move it, can't even wag itself without my brain telling it to do it, right? But my brain can't pick up a cup without my hand. So we have to also keep in mind, while we are staying humble in what we do and don't know, and of continuing to place ourselves in positions of learning and service, also not looking for authority outside of ourselves. That ultimately, whatever we learn, whatever we see, if we are going to integrate it, it has to be integrated for us. It has to be meaningful to us. It is about our purpose and our walk and our destiny and our mission, right? And too often we've been put in positions where we have been told that, to borrow a turn of phrase, we are wretches undone living in a world of sin, that we have been given messaging like directly, explicitly, and implicitly, that we are unworthy, that we are unloved or unlovable, that we are shameful, that we have done something wrong from children, right? And so we grow up with this mentality that, and that because of that, we are in need of repair. We are in need of restoration, of salvation, of whatever words they want to use, right? And we need someone outside of ourselves to rescue us, to teach us, to show us, when the most powerful actions are first sitting with yourself. So getting, and Malik is talking about mental health right now, but like in the chat. But everything is oriented, it's the head and your ancestors. So we have to start with ourselves. You have to find a place of stability, and this is all relative, right? Relative stability, relative comfort, relative confidence in yourself, and in your own in the appropriateness of your desires, in the appropriateness of your reactions, in the appropriateness of your reservations, right? You talk about a child. When a child is born, barring, something going wrong, on 9 times out of 10, the child knows how to breathe instinctually. When the child starts to crawl and starts to walk, we call them the latching reflex. They know how to feed. We call them reflexes because they are inborn, they are innate. And when Dr. Hazard, you're muted, Joy.
I just said they know how to find a nipple.
Exactly. And when Dr. Hazard was talking about those principles, the first one is trust your first mind. That's what I was taught. Trust your first mind. Go with, because that, if we take it back to the continent, is some combination of ancestral and Ori guidance. That is your personal spirit and the spirit of all those who have come before you being like, nah, yes, no. And that your ancestors and your head, your personal spirit, don't allow things to come to you. And so you have to trust your first mind. One of the ways to practice that is literally, okay, what do I want? You go to the supermarket and I say I want fruit. Okay, which fruit? Go for the fruit that you want. Like, pick the first one. If an orange is the first thing that comes to mind, go get oranges. And then when you're eating that orange, think about what made me get orange. What about orange that I need in that moment, right? Versus grapes. If the next time you go and it's not oranges, it's grapes, go get grapes. If you know what, I don't actually feel like fruit right now, I want some ice cream, go get some ice cream. Go with your first mind. It is a practice. And once you've started to practice, like you're calibrating your internal compass, right? You have to have your own true north. So that when you go and you encounter information, when you go and you Google hoodoo, root work, conjure, and the first thing that came up is cat piss, urine, weird. You can read her stuff and be like, nah, that ain't Philip. You can go to and see a Philip Neymar pop up about E5 and be like, that's bullshit. You can, and the only time I will speak these people's names is to talk shit about them because fuck them. Excuse me, elders.
Can we just collectively agree to call her Urine Wood? Urine Wood. I like
Urine
that.
Wood.
That got a ring to
it. And the other one, SAG. Sally Ann Glassman down in North Carolina, in New Orleans, calling herself the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans. How dare she?
Sally Ann Glassman.
I think what you're talking about, Gerard, is the spirit, what the Christians would call the spirit of discernment.
Discernment, but so some of us, it's trusting that you have that,
right,
and then cultivating,
and not mixing it up with fear, with just unbased fear. Yeah,
and doubt.
Fear and doubt.
And what was said in the book.
Mm-hmm.
And what that one over there said, and all the other voices that come popping in your mind to prevent you from attaching yourself to putting yourself in alignment with your Ori and with your spirit guides.
And one of the things, I'm sorry, yeah.
No, go ahead.
I'm trying to think of his Yoruba name, but Erwin Thomas, CI Healing. He talks about, and this is from the OIDSI perspective. I also got this from Muslims. When I left the Pentecostal church, the first place I went to was Sunni Islam, because I was as doctrinal as I could get as a comparison. But they talk about in Christianity, you have Thomas. This is to your point about doubt, Ia. When Thomas asked questions, in the Bible, Jesus did not say, oh, you doubted, so screw you, go away. The doubt presented itself so that it could be answered. So, and one of the things Erwin talks about is, Baba Obani, talks about, is like, if you're going to do the work, don't sit and doubt whether the work will happen unless you've done the work. So try it, right? If the doubt rises, if the fear rises, step forward anyway. Try it anyway. If it doesn't work, it didn't work that time. If it does work, hey, it worked. And you might try it 2 or 3 times. And if it still don't work, maybe that thing ain't for you right now.
And then too, there's like you don't know if you are getting to be told to do something. You don't know if that work's working or not, to be honest. To be completely honest. You don't know what your spirit is protecting you from or availing you to all the time. And this is about, I think what you're talking about too, is about allowing ourselves to lean into another definition of the world that includes our spirits, that includes our ancestors, that includes a mind that has discernment, you know, because a lot of times we're like, yeah, it sounds good, it sounds great, you know, I am powerful, I'm this and I'm that. But then when it comes to doing something that seems out of the norm, you know, or seems like it should be, you know, it seems a little bit weird or outside of the spectrum of what we should be doing or what we've been told to do, you know, then we don't want to jump and do that thing, you know.
I woke up out of a dream last week where I preached this word, like old school, like him hooping and hawing. That faith, and I'm gonna give it a little bit of the voice. Faith is when we act on truth before we have the facts.
What they say, faith without works is dead. All right.
So the only way to know is to do it, is to go off of what is true.
And that's why you have experiential knowledge. And that's why elders are so important, because they done did some shit. They done went through some shit. They have the experiences in their bodies. And if we're to become good elders, then we can't sit around with books and on the internet, you know, theorizing and postulating about what it means to be a hoodoo, to have a hoodoo world view, to have a hoodoo mind. We have to actually be and embody that.
And it's what
one
Mambo
last
said
thing.
earlier, that fear is a magic killer.
Fear is a magic killer. That's true. Fear is the mind killer, as they said. One thing I wanted to, and just to answer the question, y'all covered all of everything. But one thing I would invite people to do is practice patience. Practice patience with your ancestors. Practice patience with your spirit guides. Practice patience with your universal energies. More importantly, practice patience with people. Don't always be, because that patience is, you know, we call it spiritual discipline. We call it a spiritual practice. We call it spiritual work. We do not call it spiritual vacation. We do not call it spiritual leisure time. It's practice. And so when we are trying to do works, when we are trying to discern, when we are trying to know what the right thing is part of knowing what the right thing is giving it time. Is just giving it time. And there's so many ways you can practice patience in your everyday life. You can take 5 minutes to respond to your child. You can hear somebody say something so stupid you want to slap them, and you can step back and you can practice patience. And while you're practicing patience, you're also finding a way not to cause injury and trauma. Patience is so important. It's such an important part of your spiritual practice.
I'm a gardener, and I think
that is the way to practice patience.
That is a great way to practice patience, especially if you start from seed.
Yes.
Hey, can I say that? Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I want to tell y'all it's close. We close to closing time for this panel. So I want to go ahead and get everybody to offer their final words. Joy, I'm going to let you go, and then we'll go through.
I feel just, first of all, I just want to thank I'm so appreciative to be sitting on this panel right now, you know, because like y'all are giving me medicine, you know. I'm sitting here, my car ain't working right, so that's why I'm walking right now. So y'all send me some good energy right now, because the patience, I need all that. And I'm reminded, Mama Christina, that as you say patience, that part of the reason for impatience, one of the reasons for impatience is a lack of trust. So if you are being impatient with your spirits, with your ancestors, with your people, you know, sit with the anxiety. You know, what can you release? What can you surrender? You know, to make space for trusting that, you know, all things are working to the good for those who are called according to their purpose. You know, what can you do to make space for that in yourself, in your being? So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you for that.
I guess I want to close out with saying, while you're practicing patience, to look at how you are walking in your faith and how you are walking in your truth. Because if you're in this, your development as a person, the development of your soul, as Papa Flowers was saying, is the best work you can do, because everything flows out from there. If you are centered in your living practices, who you are consuming, how you are consuming it, in terms of food, in terms of television, in terms of music that you're listening to, if you are, in terms of the environment that you're living in, if you remaining centered in your right practice, in your right way, in living what you want to create, the future, you cannot get to the future, you cannot get to tomorrow unless you are living in it also simultaneously right now. And so honoring, making pathways towards being who you know you are capable of being right now. So maybe it's so that's it.
Okay. I might have to do a class on this, but sanctification is the word that comes to mind. I had to do on the steps of sanctification, right? Which is exactly what he is talking about. It's again, those core principles: expect the best, prepare for the worst. So cultivating an environment within yourself and around you that is conducive to the things that you want in life, but not going through, traipsing through the tulips, like ain't nothing ever gonna go wrong, right? So that means to look with an open heart to what the universe has to offer you and allowing yourself to have it, but being prepared to defend yourself and yours at all costs. So purifying yourself and your environment in the way that is appropriate for you, and then maintaining that and holding that, holding yourself and your life as sacred.
It's why you keep a little salt and a little honey in your purse at all times.
A little salt, a little honey. Think about, like, if your body, if your life is your great aunt's living, the showroom, they're covered in plastic, right? You are precious. Your life is precious and sacred. You're not going to let any and everything into around it to defile it, right? And you can't either. So holding yourself, your life, and your environment as sacred, walking in that.
Goodness gracious me. That makes me feel like I got a whole lot more to do. So I hope that we all pick up the responsibility for ourselves, for our progeny and the generations coming after us, our descendants, and not just, as they were saying, our blood family and blood children, but our chosen children, our chosen family too, which is all of us. Whether we actively chose each other or not, we're still all family, and we have to figure out what contributions we can make to pull everybody up and ahead and forward. And genuinely and generally, what is best for you, what gifts you naturally have and can pull forth, is best for the whole. So you don't have to do anything beyond what is already your overflow. Okay, you don't have to drop yourself into the ground like the quote unquote leaders of old, right? We don't have to go in the way of our mama Zora Neale Hurston, where the whole community outcasts us because of rumors, and now we just back home taking care of white folks' children, right? We have to find ways to support one another. And again, like you said, have patience with each other. So we're gonna go ahead and move into the next panel. I love y'all. Thank you so much, Ia Christina. Yesshop.com, Gerard at alteredroots.com, and Joy Tabernacle at tabernacle.life.com. Go ahead and reach out to them, find out what they have to offer you, and partake. And next, we have my god sister, a wonderful, talented artist, painter, Mama Ashaki Omikunle Ali out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Please unmute yourself, sis. And then the panel originally was supposed to host Nakia Johnson, who was the younger artist who made the pot in the flyer that I promoted, that blue pot. I commissioned that pot. I said, I need a blue pot because I'm going for my hand at E5. I need that pot. And so she made it from scratch for me. I have it sitting in my closet for when I finally do go get my hand at E5, because what happened? COVID hit and I didn't want to travel. So yeah, but yeah, why are you looking like that, Gerard?
Because I want one. I'm waiting.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
I told her already. I was like, I'm going to have one for my bones.
Yep.
I've been waiting for my oil lamp for a year.
She in school, so we got to give her time.
Yeah, she in school. Mm-hmm.
But when sorry, Reach, if I can.
Go ahead.
That sister, for all of y'all that haven't already followed her from the Instagram posts, go follow Nakia. art.by.Nikki, because she working some things. The pot that Reach put in the image and some of the other stuff that she has up is like the first phase of this woman's transformation. Like talking about roots coming through clay, you talking about channeling spirit. Like she is like, and she's only what, 23?
23.
Like, it is mind blowing what this sister is about to do. So go follow her.
Yes, what she's doing right now. So she wasn't able to come today. So I'm gonna fill in for her as an artist. A lot of people don't know this. I paint not as often as I would like to, but when I do, it is channeled and it is blessed. I don't have my artwork with me right now, but I'll take some pictures and put some stuff up so y'all can see. But Ashaki, Sister Ashaki, is a gifted painter. She has done a piece for me. She sent it to me as a gift. I don't know how she knew I needed that, but I knew that you go ahead. Ashaki, please introduce yourself to everybody and tell them about your work and who you have on the wall behind you.
Okay, so I'm Ashaki. I'm a self-taught artist. So I've never been to school. From as long as I can remember, I just always been drawn to sketch, draw, paint, whatever I can get my hands on. One of the first things I ever did was this mural thing. It was on this long piece of like a roll of paper that my mom had gotten from the school that she was a janitor in at the time. And it was an ocean scene. Now, mind you, I probably was about 3. If I had been to the ocean, I didn't remember, and certainly didn't know what seahorses or urchins or any of these things were. But I started to create these things and just painting them out. And my mother said, and I remember her vividly going, "How do you know what these creatures look like?" And I'm like, "I don't know." "Well, who taught you how to do that?" Because her favorite thing was to say, "I don't know how to draw a stick man. So where is this coming from?" But she encouraged anything that my mother was very much allowing me being free spirited. So she encouraged me to just keep doing it. And that's pretty much how I paint. It is very much a channeling thing. It's not, okay, I'm going to plan out what I'm going to do. Like this the chrome right here. She just kind of popped up like, "Listen, I need to be seen in my full power, but I don't want to show my face. I don these hats, so this is what I want to do." And so I started doing it. It had been years since I had picked the paintbrush up until the pandemic last year. I was in the midst of nursing PTSD from multiple traumas, had lost a couple family members, hadn't lost my mom yet. I lost my mother in May, but it was around March, April that one night I just pulled some paints out the closet. A friend of mine was DJing. We used to DJ together. And I started painting on this piece of wood that I had in my room. And it seemed like I could sleep a little better, so I kept doing it. Then when I lost my mother in May, I had lost 2 family members 3 weeks before she passed away. And when she passed, I couldn't sleep. I just could not sleep. And so I would just stay up all night long, painting and painting and painting. And people were like, my children even asked me, "Ma, are you putting these on Facebook? Are people seeing this? Did you do this?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Well, what's going on?" Because I wasn't sleeping, but it was healing something in me. Me and my mother had a very tumultuous relationship. And the time that she passed away, we weren't speaking to each other. We had not spoken. But through that artwork and through me working on my heart, she's come to me multiple times. My mother shows up more than anybody. And she is the fiercest of them all. The last person that I would have thought that would have been kicking heads in is the one that stands with me the strongest when people get me fucked up. Straight up. And she still is encouraging me to continue. Even when I'm doubtful, I will create art and it's just like, I could have did this, that different. I need to really work on. And my mother's like, "No, we ain't doing that, none of that." Right. Just keep putting the brush to the canvas. I got Mother Zora up here. I redid her. She didn't look like this. It was a whole different color scheme, but she was over here. Literally, I could hear her in my ear going, "I don't like that color." Now, my children know me, so they know I hear spirits. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, "What don't you like?" She's like, "It's not rich enough." I was a very vibrant woman. "This color that you got me in, it's not rich enough. What is this?" So I took her down and redid her and moved her because she wanted to be seen more. A lot of times when I record her, she's sitting there on my shoulder. But that's pretty much, it's an experience. I lose track of time. I often have to set a timer to drink water, to pee, to eat, to stop because I will just paint. I can paint hours and hours and hours on end without stopping. And with you, with that piece I sent you, Rish, literally that painting was over here. And every time I would walk past it, I would hear your name. Reach needs this, and it got to be so, because I'm very, you know this about me. I'm extremely sensitive. Like I read and all this other stuff, but in all aspects of life, I'm extremely sensitive to what Spirit is saying, and I incline to what's being said. I do not deny what Spirit tell me to do. Whether nobody goes with me, I'm gonna do what the hell Spirit tell me to do. So the painting was like, I don't belong to you. Reach need me right now. I'm like, I ain't got no money to ship this thing. I ain't got her address. We'll make the way. You just need to do it. And literally, as soon as I said, okay, let me release this painting to Reach, somebody booked the session. And I was like, okay, there go the shipping money right there. So let me send it. But it's really intuitive. It's not, and not to say that I'm not inspired, but I feel like that even is Spirit. I'm on Instagram rolling and scrolling, and I will see this beautiful African woman with a bone through her nose, and she's completely bald, and she's got all these rings around her neck. And Spirit like, yeah, she deserves a space somewhere. Figure it out. But I always add a little jazz. So even though all my artwork is not per se, the down home mother, it's still hoodoo. Like, me, I'm very urban. I'm very hip hop. I'm very much into that culture. That's still hoodoo. Hood is in the word hoodoo. Hood is in the word hoodoo. And when we are listening, when you in the streets, they'll tell you, keep your head on the swivel. Something don't feel right. It's so many times that I've been in clubs, the streets, doing things I ain't had no business doing. And Spirit was dealing with me even then, like, yo, it's time to go. And as soon as I be like, yo, we gotta go, they like, what's going on? The people I'm with, what? Some say it's time to go. The next day, girl, when you left X, Y, and Z, we have to learn that the translation of Spirit comes in many forms. It's not always reading. It's not always laying hands. Sometimes it's coming through artwork. And sometimes that artwork may not be representative of what people perceive to be hoodoo, but it's still hoodoo. I was raised in the church. My grandmother, my great-grandmother, even my great-great-grandmother from my grandfather's lineage, my mother's father's grandmother. I was fortunate enough to be raised under the tutelage of all these different lines of my family, all in this same area. I could ride down the street, my bike up 2 blocks, my great-great-grandmother, who was Native and Black, who had come through so much, whose hair was so long that it swept the floor. I was fortunate enough to be raised with her in my life until 1992, when she passed away at 100 some odd years old. Those women stand with me, but also the uncle that was the bootlegger, the one that ran the nightclub, the one that was in the projects kicking ass. These people stand with me, and I allow them to speak to me. So when the canvas is in front of me, it's literally, well, who wants to show themselves today? And I always throw a little something in there. Every woman pretty much on every painting has a nasal piercing or a septum something. They gonna have fingernails done. I just did a painting I sent to my cousin of a mother, her baby tied on her back, son behind her, and she's dressed in clothes that they ain't hitting, but her nails are done. And she's got earrings all the way here, and baby hairs is laid. Why? Because that's who we are. We're gonna do the best what we got to do what we need to do to show up. And so I try to show us in that light. And that's typically what happens. These women start coming forth, or men, or both. And then they say, well, I don't really like my hair. I have an afro, or I have locks, or I have I got a hair wrap on. Well, you know what? I'm a little sexual sensual. I'm showing a little bit of skin. I may have on waist beads. I may have, I'm working on a huge painting right now. Her head is covered, but there's a undercurrent of this red bustier there. She's leaving behind the past because she's gonna be her full self, but then she's older too. So it's very much an experience. The same energy that I rest in when I'm reading or doing healing work, doing Reiki sessions and things like that is very much the same energy when I'm sitting in front of the canvas, or I'm in my sketchbook just sketching, but everything is up here first. I feel it, then it's here, then it translates. That's how it works.
And that's magic. That's exactly how magic manifests reality. You feel it. You feel it in your body and in your spirit. Your spirit gets stirred, and then you can see it in your mind, and then you put it on paper and you make it happen. Okay. So what are some of the maybe bringing more of like the mundane to it? What are some things that you do habitually to keep you connected in that way? Right? Like what are some, and I know self-care is a huge part of it.
It
but
is.
What is it? Because
it is. And that gets missing. You know, we want to do the work, and I'm a consummate workaholic. I proclaim that because it's factual and it helps me keep myself checked on it. As long as I'm aware that I have this tendency of push, and not breaking, then my other mind, that part that I'm working on, continuing to take care of myself, will say, and this is why you need to say, pause. So self-care is huge, but also I have a habit of every morning after we salute our Ori, we did hygiene, we did all these things. I'm going to make my breakfast. She's going to have that cafe la leche, that coffee. It's a heavy ancestral tradition in all aspects of life. She's going to do that. I'm going to prepare my breakfast no matter what. I'm going to have that coffee no matter what. May not be big to some. It's self-care, but it's something that just activates this part of me that my day has begun. It's time to get started, right? But also during the day, even when I'm at work, and I'm a nurse by profession until I step away from, I'm getting close to retiring. I have 22 years of nursing under my belt. It's getting kind of funky. I'm getting kind of tired. I'm ready to do some other things and really be able to dictate my time the way I want to. But even when I'm doing that, which is still healing work now, it's still healing work, I am still listening to how I need to do today. So the job that I have, it allows me to kind of flow through my day the way that I choose. I don't have a structure to the day. It's what I need to tackle, and I work on my own kind of vibration. While I'm doing that though, I'm listening. And what my body is telling me about even the environment, the people that I'm around. Sometimes and I'm picking up inspiration as I go along. Sometimes it's something that one of the residents says. I work in assisted living. They're older. I have it's only very few Black people that live in that community because it's extremely expensive to live. But I'm so proud of them, and I spend a lot of time with them because they my people, number one. Number two, I always try to make sure they getting the best of what they're supposed to get because they paying to be there, and they often get overlooked. So they sow into my life. So I make myself accessible to that wisdom from them, even if it's just me walking them from their room to the dining room. In that little exchange, they are putting into me seeds of confirmation often of, I'm happy that you are here. I appreciate your presence. A lot of them will say, it's something about that girl. You know the one, the bow-legged girl, the nurse, my nurse, or they'll say, that's my nurse. And when they say that, it affirms within me that I'm doing the right thing by sitting at their feet and doing what I can to be present for them. And then that, it inspires me to continue. Because sometimes you want to give up, especially in this panorama. It's a lot. Yeah. And because I walk outside of the lines as much, like I break the rules. I don't follow the policies unless it's something that I'm trying to get. Everything I do is for me. And that's just facts. When you don't give me what I'm supposed to get, then I'm gonna pull the policy out because this is what it says. But policy also says there's certain allowances, and baby, I'm gonna get all I'm supposed to get. Every exemption, every whatever, I'm going to use to my benefit, right? That keeps me strong. It keeps me inspired. It keeps me fresh too. So even while I'm at so-called work, I call it the hustle now, it's not my work. It's not my life's work. I'm always opening myself up Because sometimes I'll just hear, I just heard something the other day about a painting I need to do. And I'm like, huh? Sitting at my desk typing an email, and there it is. Like, oh, you know what would be, you need to work on this. So I keep a book bag. I carry a backpack to work, notebooks, my planner, my everything is in there. I write those things down. Any inclination. And I feel like that's what we need to do as we are going along is, and that's how you build discernment. That's how you build a connection to your intuition, to be able to flow, is by listening, by being quiet. I don't participate in conversations at work. It's only a few people that I speak to. I don't find the need to do it because you're taking up emotional, you're taking up mental space that I really need to reserve for what I need to reserve it for. So I'm not going to do it. So while I'm being quiet, I'm always listening to and feeling in my body. And what I was going to say earlier is too, you know, it's affirming peace to my Eolosha, who's, you know, our illustrious godmother. She affirmed some things with my Idele reading that really confirmed in me that, yo, this is who I'm supposed to be. I come from artisans. That's in my lineage. No, my mother may not have been able to do. However, she gave me something else with that. Art is not just the canvas. Art is fashion. It's textiles. It's interior design. My mother, she could put some of the flyest shit together you ever seen in your life. And it came out of the Goodwill. You would have never known it. She was a Libra and she showed as one. She was one of them. You're gonna see me and you're gonna say, damn, where you get that from? So she was an artist in the way that she dressed, in the way that she decorated her home. The textiles. My mother was also a sewer. I come from women that made quilts. It's in us. My grandfather was a photographer for years. The further that you dig within the different aspects of whatever your pursuit is, the more that you will see the connections. So what? They couldn't paint, but damn if they couldn't put a quilt together. Damn if they couldn't crochet. My Aunt Betty made, she knitted. She would knit bikinis. She would knit blankets. She would knit whatever, toilet covers, all kind of stuff. So yeah, it's in you. You just have to, that goes back to knowing your people, connecting.
Thank you, sis. Yeah. It's so important I think that we don't really think about, not we, because clearly we're all of like minds here, right? But the purpose of art is to express oneself, right? To express the self.
Yeah.
And if you are expressing yourself, how are you doing? How can you do that without an ancestral connection, right? So I think conversations like this are very important, especially for the next generation of artists coming up who know that there's a disconnect in the art world with the way that they are taught how to do art, that the way that they authentically show up is good enough, right?
It is. Yeah.
And connecting your style to that of ancestors who have already been doing the same thing, right?
That's right.
So thank you so much for your time. You can find Ashaki on IG at Art by Ashaki, right?
It's Art of Ashaki. If you go to Art by, you're gonna find another artist named Ashaki. She's dope, but she ain't me. But it's Art of. On IG, it's Art of Ashaki. I had to do that because she had that tag already. So yeah, no, it's cool. It's good.
Art of Ashaki. I'm gonna type it in the And what's your website where people can take a look at your
It is under construction. It is artbyashaki.com, but don't go to it yet because it's not ready. I realize I need to revamp my whole, I've had some spiritual confirmations and other people on my head about what's up, get it together. So that's what she's going to do. Give me a little moment and I'm gonna have it right though. I'm gonna get it right.
I encourage y'all to go check her work out, commission her to put some pieces together for you, pay her more than what she's going to charge you because she's well worth it. Okay. Thank you, sis.
Thank you so much for having me. For everybody that actually, took time to sit here and listen to me ramble on, because I can ramble about it because I'm so passionate about it. I truly appreciate you and appreciate to be a part of the panel and all of this. This is a wonderful conference. Seriously.
Yes. Thank you, Ashaki.
Well,
I appreciate it. All right. We'll talk soon. We're going to move into our final panel of the day. Right? Y'all, I am so happy that y'all came. And I am sad that this is coming to an end. But we gonna be back. We'll be back for different things in the coming year. I believe in March. I want to say in March, I'm gonna have a growing conference, a growers conference. Hopefully I can have Mama Sophia, Mama Portia, and a couple of other urban gardeners, container gardeners, and growers come in, some Black farmers come in and talk about growing for the spring season, because March is around the time you start planting for the spring. So, but we'll be back, but I'm just saying we coming to a close for today, and I'm just rambling because I'm so excited and I'm sad and I'm sleepy, but I am sad that we coming to a close. But our final conversation, and hopefully Mama Katrina Hazard can come back in for this conversation too, because she was talking about the importance of putting hoodoo back in the hands of the midwives, right? But we're gonna bring on Victoria Snowden, Latoria Rodriguez, Amber Owens for the Crossroads and the Kalunga line, birth work and the return of the grand midwives. All right, y'all can go ahead and unmute yourselves for me.
All right, there we go. Hello, everyone.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Amber Edmonds, I'm training with Jenny Joseph right now. However, again, you told me it was going to change. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's okay. You telling me okay? I'm sorry. Pardon me, y'all. Hold on one second. I want to introduce our panelists. First, I'm going to start with Victoria Snowden. You may know her from her podcast, Moyo Mysteries. She is a hoodoo. She is a birth keeper and a death keeper, which is so important because we don't understand how close those lines are, right? In our traditions, in our ancestral traditions, when a newborn came earthside, they would immediately be given to their grandparents to raise them for the first year to two of their life. And the reason for that is because the newborn has just transitioned from the other side into earth realm. And the elder is about to transition from earth realm to the other side. So we're going to talk about birthing traditions. We're going to talk about how the grand midwives of the past are returning through many of us who have picked up birth work as a calling and as a practice and a work. And that is what these people, these women embody to me, okay? And next we have Latoria Rodriguez, who I don't know why she didn't change her name to Latoria in that thing, because she already said her ancestors on her head about using her whole full first name, who is also a birth keeper. She's a doula, a trained doula, certified, and is a practicing and working doula. So I'm going to have them introduce themselves. And Amber Edmonds is a doula superhero out in Pittsburgh. She trains doulas. She does lactation training, which she's going to be setting up for me to complete my doula training. And I'm gonna let them introduce themselves and get right into the discussion. So Victoria, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Latoria, and then we'll go on over to Amber. You gotta unmute yourself. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hey, everybody. Like Rochelle, I am Victoria. I am both a full spectrum birth worker as well as a death worker. I actually started with death work first. I started in death work about 3 years ago, a few years ago. And the reason that I got into death work was because I saw the unique ways that we as a Black people are dying. You know, the ways that we die are very different from the ways that a lot of other people die. There are a lot more violent ways in which we are killed, you know, not only in contemporary times, but also historically, you know, with the lynchings, with enslavement, all of those different things. Even after enslavement, a lot of times there was the illegal cadaver industry in which our bodies were dug back up and were used in medical institutions for the medical students. And then even in contemporary times, connecting that with birth. You know, even in birth work, Black women are dying at 3 to 4 times the rate in childbirth as white women. Black infants, even in the hospitals, are dying at twice the rate of white infants. So I felt like death work was really, really vital for us to really elevate, not only in the individual space, but also in a community elevation space in our family lineages. So I wanted to connect that with birth. And then, you know, like I say, birth and death are connected in a lot of different ways. So in doing death work, that is how I got started with birth work later on.
Okay, is it my turn? You want me to go ahead and start? Okay, that was fine. I have a bad habit of cutting people off because I get so excited, so I'm trying to pause. But my name is Latoria. I'm a birth keeper, herbalist, ancestral consultant located in Birmingham, Alabama. My work primarily focuses on ancestral healing as it relates to the birthing space, making sure that my clients are able to give birth in atmospheres that are not only in the physical space, you know, as doulas and birth work, you know, we got to make sure the lighting is right and all these little aspects of birth work. My job is to not only do that in the physical space, but also to make sure when they show up to their birthing spaces that spiritually they're ready to give birth. And that's making sure that they've cleared out and dealt with any ancestral things that may come up in the birthing space. And I've been doing that work for about almost 3 years, a little over 3 years, actually. I got started in that while I was pregnant with my first daughter. And I went through a bit of an ancestral experience in that home birth that kind of really launched me into the work deeper than I was anticipating to go. And as far as the herbal work and root work, and that had been in my family for years. Though I live in Birmingham, my family is mostly on my mom's side. They come from Selma. So a lot of us on my mom's side, we're already working roots, even though, you know, that generation, they don't necessarily call it or relate to it as hoodoo. That's what it is. So that was something that I had grown up with, and then officially went through an herbal program about 6 or 7 years ago. So in alignment with the way our grand midwives work roots in the birthing space, I do that as well. And then the ancestry and genealogy piece, it comes in into the birth work. We know that a lot of those grand midwives, they were, as Victoria mentioned, the birthing space is so closely intertwined with the death space. And Mama Divine talks about it a lot as well, that there was a midwife, a grand midwife, I think somewhere in one of the Carolinas, who her husband was, had something to do with funeral upkeeps. And when he passed away, she took over that business. And the saying was that Granny brings them in and she takes them out. And so we see a lot when we research and we look into the lives of grand midwives, we see a lot of how they were connected with holding on to those ancestral records and those genealogy records, because they had been with families for generations and generations. And so that part of me is coupled in with researching out census records and vital records and other things like that. And so yeah, that's me.
Thank you for that. That was a very cool history lesson. I knew that the midwives were rooted in the communities that they served, not just delivering children, but also tending to these children well into adulthood, right? In a lot of cases. And in a lot of instances, the midwives were also offering you your mojo hands, right? They were giving you the remedies to repair your relationship, to keep your children protected and safe, right? They delivered you and they delivered your children and your children's children, right? So they were mainstays in the community. One of the, let me see if she's, Mama Katrina, are you still around? Because I really would love a historian's perspective. But I've watched a bunch of documentaries about it and got my hands on a couple of books about, there's a book by Herbert Covey called African American Slave Medicine. And it has a section, you have that book probably, there's a section in there about birth workers, about midwives, and the different medicines that they used, not just physical herbs, but also hoodoo rituals where they would tie a red ribbon around a tree, right? Or tie a red string around the mother's belly, right? To make sure that she didn't have labor pains, or they would put a knife under the bed while the baby was being delivered to cut the pain so that she wouldn't feel as much pain while she was in labor. Are you all, or do you know of any birth workers who are also using remedies and workings such as that to assist mothers or birthing parents during labor and during care?
Yeah, so that's typically the clients that I would say that God draws into me, that I attract. So there are times where there are certain herbs like sassafras. Some people may be familiar with sassafras, and I just tweeted about it the other day. I said it popped my sinuses way open when I took some tea, but that was like a good root that Black people in the South worked a lot of different ways. When you put sassafras, especially the root and the bark, when you put it in water, it turns red. So we know that red is a symbolic color in a lot of African traditions, a lot of diasporic traditions. And you mentioned the red string being tied around. So for me and my work, red, I think in alignment, like I said, red means different things for different, different people, but primarily as a color of protection and birth work in the South. That's why we were painting our grandmas had those red steps painted red. Red was a color of protection. And so when you use roots like looking at my apothecary now, when you use roots like sassafras and cinchona and you put those in water and they turn red, and even they have a red tint to them, those are typically roots that I work for protection. Like if the mother is having some type of issues around her birthing space, or even maybe problematic people, you know, it's just a bunch of different scenarios, but I typically would use red herbs and red roots for protection. The red string that you mentioned, again, in alignment with that, I'm kind of all over the place. I'm trying to tone down, but the red string. So I went through both of my pregnancies in birth work. And this last pregnancy, my soon to be 1-year-old, I had clients like the whole 9 months. I remember when I found out I was pregnant with her. The other baby was only 10 months at the time, but when I found out I was pregnant with her, I was like waiting on a December client, and I kept joking about that last year. I was like, who's gonna be my December client? Who's gonna be my December client? And I ended up being like dang near my December client. She was born in January, but still, so I'm saying that to say, like, I had a full schedule already packed, and I found out I was pregnant. So I was like, what the crap am I gonna do? Because I knew and I understood the depth, and really how thin that line can be when you're pregnant, that line between spiritual and death, and being there at that door of life with clients. And so I knew that it was important, if I was carrying a life and I was helping a woman, I'm using the term woman, womb bearing, and that's what my clients have primarily identified as. So I knew that if I was helping a womb bearing parent to give birth, I knew that it was important that I had some type of root or some type of protection on me, so that my baby could not, I don't really know how to say it, get caught up in the spirit and try to birth, you know, in that moment of being. So in that case, I would take a red string into all the births I went through last year. I would tie that red string around my waist and have it under my clothes, because a lot of times as birth workers, even those birth workers without kids, when you are in this work, you can sense when a client, and I think I seen Mama Tina on the call. I don't know if she's still here, but I was just mentioning her as a midwife. A lot of times in birth work, we can tell when our clients are going into labor, you know, like we can sense it, we can feel it in our bodies. And so if I'm carrying a child, I knew that it was important that I provided myself with some type of protection. So the red string was something I protected myself with. And then as far as other ways I've worked roots with clients, I used John the Conqueror one time with a girl who I think I was telling Victoria about this in one of the classes, that I have a really kind of funny relationship with John the Conqueror. But anyway, this mom was in labor, and as she was pushing, the way the baby was positioned, the baby flipped. And they were saying that they were going to have to use forceps to go in. And if they couldn't get the baby with forceps, they would have to, of course, do an emergency cesarean. And that's like what she, of course, nobody wants, but that's what she did not want. And so in that time, there was nothing to do. Like, what would a grand midwife have done, you know? So I grabbed John the Conqueror root and I started praying. And I just started praying like somebody old grandma, and I was rocking back and forth, and I had the root and I was just waving it. And when the doctor went back to check her, he said, I don't know what happened. You gotta be kidding me. I've never seen anything like this. And the baby, she had flipped back the right way and was ready to, you know, descend. And she had it like maybe 4 or 5 pushes later. And so yeah, working, I would say, is absolutely important to bring in roots and to tap into that source and bring that into the birthing space.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that testimony. Go ahead, Victoria.
and I was gonna say I work with a lot of different modalities as well, but I also wanted to uplift another book source that is really good. It is by Dr. Patricia Hill Collins. It's called "Aren't I a Woman? Female Slaves in the Plantation South," and it really has like a lot of information in reference to the Grand Midwife, and I really think it also uplifts the fact that our grand midwives, they did not just come to being because white doctors didn't fool with us or because we were in enslavement. They really brought those traditions from Africa. And, having, those traditions come from Africa, having, that direct line, from mother to daughter being passed along, that shows you how powerful and how impactful that information is. And also why there were so many different roles that the midwives had, because, just like Latoria was talking about, not only were they delivering the babies, they were present for all the births, but they were also present for all the deaths for the people at the plantation. They were the ones keeping track of the genealogy charts, keeping track of the families, which is really important, when you think about that a lot of people were being traded to different plantations. They were the prayer warrior, they were the church mother, and they were the herbalist. And, when we talk about herbalists, it's not, knowing 50, 60 different types of herbs, as we've known herbalists now. It's knowing the herbs and the plants and the trees that are growing in your area and being able to work with a handful of different herbs in a multitude of different ways. So, I feel like all of that is important when we're talking about grand midwifery, and also knowing that not only is it about that birth work, but also, part of birth work is also doing abortion work. So there came a time where, as Black women, and people who were able to birth, where we were only looked at as breeders, where we were only looked at for our reproduction value. So knowing when to abort, knowing when to abort those babies so that they don't have to be born in that kind of environment, knowing when to abort those babies, for the safety of the family, for the safety of the mother. So that was important work, because there were actually laws in the book, or the slave masters, actually had rules and regulations in reference to, you cannot abort this baby, for grand midwife to follow. So knowing how to hide that information and knowing how to use certain types of herbs and certain types of foods to bring about things that were supposed to be illegal, things that was, not supposed to be done. And I also want to say that, as we're talking about how we want to give ourselves grace in reference to how we're finding out different information about our traditions and our culture now, we also need to give grace to our ancestors for how they had to hide a lot of information. Because, and talking about death work, and talking about, over 6,000 people were lynched, in the society. We talk about enslavement, we talk about other things, also talking about those lynchings and how over 6,000 people, mostly Black people, were killed, and how it was a public spectacle. Like the whole town would come out, for these lynchings, for these killings. There were photographers, there was vendors, the bodies were dismembered and burnt and things like that. So our ancestors had to go through all of that different kind of things. And then there were laws on the books in reference to practicing medicine without a license. Hoodoo, root workers, they were subjected to those laws and they were arrested. Midwives were subjected to those laws and they were arrested. And a lot of times they were lynched. So there are a lot of ways in which we have hidden a lot of this information in the church and in folklore, in all kinds of different things. So it's not that we necessarily have lost our connection with it. It's just been hidden. And the testament to the fact that our hoodoo traditions, in birth work and death work are still alive is the fact that we're here. Because after we were enslaved, we were supposed to die. We weren't supposed to be here anymore. So the fact that we're still here to talk about and try to connect with the traditions mean that our ancestors accomplished what they were supposed to do with the hoodoo traditions.
Yes. Thank you for that, Victoria. I know that and I'll tell you the reason why I asked y'all to be a part of this is because, well, especially Victoria, but Latoria, I'm so glad you're here because I can sense and feel the passion and sincerity that you have for this work. And the fact that you are root workers, it affirms for me that we got to get these practices back into your hands because you are the keepers of the community. These babies are going to grow up and they're going to want to know who the woman was that supported their mother when they were being born. You're a part of their story for the rest of their lives, right? Now, one of the things that you just said, Victoria, about how a lot of those midwives, when they were arrested for practicing medicine without a license, right? When their ability to heal, when their right to heal was taken from them, not only did they, suffer through the injustice system, they were also oftentimes lynched, right? What is the connection between birth work and death work? I kind of want to get a sense of what death work is and what the purpose of it is. I know what it is, but for the rest of the listening audience, I kind of want them to understand why we need death workers and why death work is so important.
So yeah, birth and death, to me, birth and death are two sides of the same coin. Like there's no clear separation because a lot of the elements that you need to deal with in reference to the realm transitioning and spirits and the ways that you can feel are similar in both aspects. So, and then in talking about birth, like I mentioned before, birth is automatically tied up in death because in birth, there can be stillbirths. There can be abortion work that needs to be done. There can be miscarriages that need to be done. So there needs to be a space for that in reference to doing birth work. And also, like I say, with death work, a lot of the grand midwives, not only would they be there for the births, they would also be there for the deaths. Because it was important for them to not only help usher people in, usher ancestors, usher the souls in, but also to usher them out. But death work is important because in a lot of African traditions, it like just because you die, that is not the end. And it's important for souls to be uplifted. Like you need to be able to elevate souls so that they can get to the certain realms and the certain places that they're supposed to get to after death. So, being able to elevate our souls after death is really important. Even, in enslavement times, a lot of burials, there's the history of the face jugs. The face jugs were a way for for us to be able to mark our loved ones, to mark their burials, because a lot of times our burials were in unknown graves. And it was important for us to be able to find our loved ones so that we can finish elevating them, finish grieving for them, because grief is also necessary. Grief is also necessary to be able to elevate our loved ones. And, you know, that's why we have a lot of the folklore when it comes to, you know, Hanks and the Plat Eyes. You know, a lot of those different spirits that we have in our folklore traditions, or our spiritual and religious traditions, they come from the fact that a lot of our loved ones were not properly grieved for, and they were not properly elevated in their death. And so then they became a certain malicious spirit, you know, and it's not just in African American folklore, you know, that's in other folklore and traditions in, you know, the African diaspora. But that is a similarity that you will find all over the world, is that when we are not properly elevated, when we do not have the space to grieve for our loved ones, when we're not able to finish completing those different rituals, you know, then our loved ones, the souls of our loved ones, cannot be in the place that they need to be. And so it is important for us to find, not only reconnect with death rituals, but also reconnect with grief rituals, because there are so many of us who have died in this land through all those different ways. Like I say, you know, being in unmarked graves and then being dug up from those graves and to be dissected in medical institutions. You know, all of these different lynchings, there needs, just like there are mass violence and mass executions, there needs to be mass grief, and there needs to be mass memorials. There needs to be a space for the community to grieve publicly, just like just like we were, you know, displayed and shamed publicly. We need to be grieved, and we need to be elevated back up publicly. So, you know, that is where death work comes in.
Thank you. It is my hope that at some point now and in the future, that we can create this in our local spaces, right? I'm in North Carolina. We know about the lynchings that have occurred here, the chattel slavery that has occurred here, and everywhere outside of here, every state, everywhere we find ourselves under the thumb of Eurocentrism and colonial processes. We have to find ways to get to those spaces and elevate those ancestors, speak their names out loud, call on them, tell them, you know, this is where we are and we're here for you. And we want you to return to source and move on into the next stages of your soul's evolution so that we can do more on this side, right?
It's something go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it was something that Victoria, when she just spoke, it really reminded me of the mothers of gynecology. And I know they've been getting a lot of light lately, rightfully so. But I believe altogether there were about 9 women. So for the listeners, like if they're not familiar with it, I get very long-winded. So I'm going to try to keep it short, but
don't keep it short. We're here.
Don't keep it short. Okay. So
no, don't keep it short.
Here in Alabama, there was a white man that went by the name, which I don't even want to refer to him as that, because I think that we have pretty much decided that he is not worthy of that title. However, for lack of better terms and what Western society has deemed him as, he was a doctor. So he was a doctor of gynecology who I believe was from possibly one of the Carolinas, maybe a little further north. I believe he was in New York at one point, in which they just dismantled his the statue they had up, I think last year of him. So anyway, so he comes to Alabama. He opens up a clinic in Montgomery, Alabama, and I read the reports online from his medical journal, and it's very disturbing, but he started other.
Are you talking about J. Marion Sims?
Yes, I forgot. I'm sorry, I didn't even mention the man name because I'm like, whoo. But yes, Dr. Sims. So he, in his medical journal, you can read detailed reports of basically how he was these other, again, for lack of better terms, slave owners would bring in these Black women to his office and say, basically, so-and-so has this condition going on, and I don't know. And I think for at least two of the women, he said, I don't know what to do about that condition. Don't bring them to my office. There's nothing I could do. Just basically leave her to die. This happened for about 9 different women. And Narca, Lucy, and Betsy were the primary 3 women. And for 2 of those women, I can't remember exactly which 2, but he finally, one slave owner just went ahead and dropped the woman off at his office and just kind of said half at it. And the second woman, he kind of had figured some things out, so he says, but he basically experimented on these women without anesthesia. As you mentioned, I think, Victoria, he publicly shamed these women, publicly shamed them. It was just under very gruesome circumstances. And so I'm thinking about one of the women actually had children. She actually had daughters. So anyway, so they endure this pain, they go through this death, and I think it's very powerful, and it's very important that we remember their names and that we uplift these women. For me personally, it was very important to make sure that there was some type of ritual. And me and Victoria have had a lot of talk about ritual in the birthing space, ritual amongst birth workers, and what does that look like, and how we absolutely, there's no room to not be serious about it. There's no room to be quiet anymore. Like, we're dying at at rates that are out of this world. So anyway, in alignment with death work and elevating our ancestors and elevating the people before us, I think it was a couple months ago where Michelle was unveiling the Mothers of Gynecology down in Montgomery. And I think like maybe a couple weeks before she was to unveil them, my ancestors, and who I believe as me honoring more of my mediumship and tapping that, coupling that with the prophetic gift, my ancestors, and I believe one of these mothers, came to me and they said, "We need you in Montgomery when we're unveiled." And I said, "Oh, no, not little old me. I got these babies. I'm busy. I can't go, all these excuses because I'm human. I'm be honest." And they said, "No, we need you there." And I said, "Well, how can I go there? It's by invitation only." And I didn't know the artist that had sculpted the sculptures. And so I just went ahead and messaged her on Instagram and I said, "Hey, how can I get an invitation to come to the private unveiling?" She responded, and she responded like a day before the event. And I think somebody else on here mentioned earlier, basically, if your ancestors want you to do something, they'll make a way. And so she responded with the invitation like maybe a day before, and I drive down to the, before I drove down to the event, I said, "Okay, well, why am I going to this event?" And I just thought it was like a birth work, it was me being called to birth work and having to go. And really they needed to be elevated. Nobody had ever done, to my recollection and to what I felt that spirit brought to me, nobody had ever elevated these mothers before now. And it was very important that as a birth worker and as birth workers, we continue to elevate them. And so I grabbed the white candles, I grabbed some incense blends I made, I grabbed some roots, and I went down for that. And I brought them their flowers and I laid it at their feet. And I remember Michelle going, we waited till the event was over. And I teach a lot of Congo traditions, Bakongo traditions and birth work in alignment with the traditional women's society that was there, Kumbi. And so in alignment with that, I circled the mothers in a counterclockwise motion. like the Dakanga. I did it in a counterclockwise motion, sprinkling the roots and the things down. And Michelle was like, okay, so what are you doing? And there were white people there, and they were looking, they was like, okay. And I was like, it's kind of, I think I've heard an elder say this before, it's kind of like hoodoo is like being in the kitchen with your grandmother and you see her doing things and she's not going to tell you everything you're doing. You just, if it's meant for you to catch, you'll catch it, So I'm there and I'm laying down protections for the mothers and elevating the mothers. And Michelle was like, wait, like, what are you doing? Like, can you, inform me more about this? So I started telling her about it. And she was like, okay. And you could just tell she was like, like, that's what's up. But really, it's not, I say all that to say it's not as hard as some of us make it seem to elevate our ancestors in these spaces. And I think we do a lot of talk around elevating our personal ancestors, and rightfully so. I'm not taking away from that, right? But I'm saying is in any line of work you're in, I think it's important that you elevate. So if you're an artist and you know that there are artists before you, it's important that you do elevations for that, because there's always more to tap into in the spirit than what we can see. And we know that where we're at now, like Victoria mentioned, with death work and birth work being so closely intertwined, and us having to really work that along that Kalunga line, like us having to really tap into that, it's important that we elevate those grand midwives that went before us, and that those women that sacrificed their bodies for medical science, and so yeah, I just wanted to touch on that and share that story that that they're down in Montgomery. And as far as I know, Michelle is open to it, and that I would encourage, if there are any other birth workers on the call, to continue to visit Montgomery if you can, and pray over those mothers, elevate those mothers, because those are just the only mothers that we have the names of. But there were 9 women that happened to. And then when you think about that happening to those women, and like I said, one of those women for sure had daughters. So she has daughters, and then those daughters have daughters, and those daughters have daughters, and the trauma that we carry in our wombs because of that. And I guess the best way you could say it, as the church would say it, is that elevation work and death work is so important to set us free, And I talk a lot about the importance of burying the placenta in death work, returning our placentas back to the earth the way we did on the continent. That is important. And I feel I haven't completely figured out all of it yet. And maybe Victoria may be able to help me out on it. But I feel very strongly that the way we honor our placentas and return them back to the earth is strongly connected with death in the Black community, and kind of reversing that off of us, so to speak. And I know everybody has varying opinions about things. And I typically tend to be very old school, very traditional, but I'm not absolute in my ways, I should say, to each his own. But what I do strongly believe in, I'm not going to say it. And I have ancestors in my ear. Say it.
Go ahead and say it, girl, please.
So this, I'm just going to touch on this and I'm going to bounce out. This placenta encapsulation is traditionally not us. It's traditionally not Black. I get all the benefits and all the things that people say come with it. And again, by no means am I trying to force people to believe what I believe. I'm just speaking facts. Traditionally, placenta encapsulation is not us. Traditionally, we have honored the body, every aspect of the body, even the menstrual blood in root working, right? So we honor all things coming from the body. And in a lot of African cultures, we know that the placenta is seen as a part of the baby. In some cultures, it's seen as the twin of the baby. I think in Dr. Katrina's book, I think she mentions I feel like that's her book. I have her book somewhere, but I know that in her book, she mentions the use of the caul and all those things and how we would divine reading the placenta cord. All of that is sacred and important. And it is in my studies. And if anybody knows anything different, I'm open to correction always. But it's been in my research and in my studies, that's not a traditional Black thing to do. And I believe it has somehow it's connected with our livelihood on this continent. The only time that you read where our ancestors did not bury the placenta, they burned it. And I believe, it's in my belief that they were burning the placenta simply because they did not feel connected to this land and they felt like they were in a different place. So even in that, it was kind of like, I guess you would say root working in a sense. There was a spirituality attached to it. So to not implant yourself in this place, you would burn the placenta, but consuming it was not traditionally us. I think that in birth work, it's very important that we return our placentas back to the earth. I think that there's absolutely rituals to do around returning our placenta back to the earth in this land, on this stolen land. And I think it's absolutely connected to birth work in the maternal mortality rate somehow. There's another piece I could talk about later if spirit leads, but I just wanted to throw out all that.
And I just want to piggyback on what Latoria was saying. I also completely agree with what she was saying in reference to the traditions around the placenta. I've talked about it on the podcast actually as well in reference to, how burying or burning the placenta is more traditional for us. Also, yes, in reference to that Mothers of Gynecology monument, I do think it is very, very important for birth workers and for just the Black community, period, to be finding out more information in reference to the Mothers of Gynecology and honoring that area. It was 12 women, 3 Lucy, Betsy, and Anarcha, and 9 unnamed. And of course, the unnamed are just as important because they represent so many unnamed women and unnamed birthing people in our community who, were experimented on and who had all of these, and who were subjected to all of these experimentation and death and things like that. Also, Montgomery, Alabama is really important because it has the National Peace and Justice Memorial, where they do have the lynching memorial, that the first ever, over 5,000 people have been lynched in America. It's the first ever memorial for lynching victims, but that is also located in Montgomery, Alabama. And if you want to know about all of the different places that they have discovered that people have been lynched, because most likely there are some lynching sites that have been documented in your area, you can contact them because just like there needs to be rituals done in reference to the Mothers of Gynecology and honoring all of those mothers who and unnamed mothers who were experimented on in the name of gynecology. There's need to be rituals and things done for the lynching victims. And there needs to be rituals and everything done for the people who are dying now, people who are dying now in all of these different shootings, community shootings, institutionalized based shootings, all of those, require rituals. I also wanted to say that just like Latoria was talking about, about all of these traditions that we have and what are some things that are connected to our culture and what's not. And also there's a lot of traditions that we already have. I feel like some, in talking about this, because I do feel like, just like we were talking about, we're talking about a return to the grand midwives and things like that. But there's a lot of traditions that we have, and we just like we were talking about earlier, they've been hidden, and we just have to uncover them. So it's not like they left or anything. We just have to uncover them. So we do have traditions around the placenta, like Latoria was talking about. And we do have traditions around divination around the placenta, divination, or, even with the umbilical cord. We have naming ceremonies. Naming ceremonies was very traditional until, the birth certificate came, so it would be good to have those naming ceremonies come back where we have whole ceremonies around, naming of the baby. We have belly binding. What's really big in the birth worker space right now is rebozo, and that is, something so that's culturally specific, but we also have our own belly binding traditions. That are unique to African American culture. We have traditions in reference to our diet. Not only do we have ancestral eating, but different foods and different steams. Pelvic steaming is also part of our culture. All of these are already in our culture. We don't have to go anywhere else. We don't have to go and seek out other people's culture. Yes, they have their own traditions and their own things in reference to these things, but African Americans, we already have these things. We just have to uncover them. And wound sealing, as we talk about birth and labor, as we talk about death, we also want to talk about postpartum work. Postpartum work is just because the baby has been delivered. That doesn't mean that birth work is done. Postpartum work, there's so many different ceremonies and so many different rituals that we can do in reference to postpartum work. Right now, that's why postpartum anxiety, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis is dominating our community right now, because there's so many rituals and so many ceremonies that we need to dig back into, that have not been honored. And I just think it's really important that we honor birth work, not only just in birth and labor, but also in death and postpartum and fertility. Black women are twice as likely to be infertile than white women. We don't like to talk about it because it's a stereotype that we are hyperfertile, but we're not, because we're more infertile right now in the rates in our community than white women. Why is that? Probably because we have all of these different fibroids and all of these other different disorders that are messing with our womb. And a lot of that is not as biological as it is stress, and it's anxiety inducing, and it's all of these other different things that are caused by racism. So we have all of those different things. Even with abortion, Black women are 5 times as likely to get an abortion. I'm pro-choice all day long, but we also need to talk about all of the reasons why we may be getting those abortions. And we also need to talk about the eugenics movement and how we have been forcibly sterilized, throughout, the years. All of these different things need to be talked about more in our community. We also need to realize that the spiritual is not divorced from the political, it's not divorced from the social, it's not divorced from the medicinal. All of these things need to be integrated. In Black and in birth work, we also want to make sure that all of these different things, and consider all these different things are integrated in them, they're always trauma informed, because we cannot divorce trauma for any of these things. So not only, like I say, are we talking about infertility rates, we're talking about abortion rates, we're talking about all of the different mental health disorders in reference to postpartum and things like that. And then if you're not fighting all of those different things, you have to realize that Black women are getting killed by their intimate partners at 3 to 4 times the rate as white women, from domestic violence. So you cannot divorce trauma and from birth work. You have to be considerate of all of those different things in reference to the space. And we also have to make sure that our spirituality, and these traditions are integrated in this, in reference to the ceremonies and the traditions, and just be cognizant that it's already there. We don't have to go to these different cultures, because we do have, divination, and we do have belly binding and all of those different things. I don't want to get on my soapbox.
You already did, and I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did, because it's really important that we address these issues head on, right? We have a culture. We have a firm, in place culture where we don't have to pull from anybody else's. We can practice our ways We just have to continue to have these discussions so people know, okay, hold on, that's not our way, and this is why that's not our way. It's because we believe this about spirit and flesh and life and energy, right? Which can be very different from what other people feel about spirit, life, and energy, but also similar in some ways. But we have nuances, right? Because of culture. So I think that this is another conversation that we're going to be revisiting this year as well. I hope y'all stay available. All my guests and panelists for today, I thank you. Latoria, you can find her at southern-earth-mama.com. Latoria, can you put your IG link in the chat for me? And Victoria, you do the same. And you can find Victoria Snowden at moyomysteries.com, right? I got that right?
Yes, that's my my work website, and if I have a death work website, Guided Cycles. I'll put the
Guided Cycles, that's right. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and send all this information out to everyone who purchased the ticket this week when I send out the recordings for yesterday and today. I apologize for any mix-ups or confusion with the link this morning getting on. I hope y'all heard everything you needed to hear. You're gonna catch the rest on the replay. And yeah, I hope you were fed in the same ways that I was fed for each and every one of these discussions. I'm very sleepy. I'm about to go take a nap. But I had so much fun. And if y'all have any questions, this is the time to ask. You can ask in the chat. If you have a business and you wish to promote it before we go ahead and state it in the chat and I'll get to you. We have the next 9 minutes. Thank you, Corinne. 4 o'clock is when I'm going to go ahead and shut us down. So if you have something you want to share, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. You done now? Almost, baby.
I just want to say thank you, everybody. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you, and thank you, and triple more thank yous. Reese, thank you for connecting me to my chosen extended family. The reflection is so huge, it's so amazing. My heart is full and overpouring, and I cannot wait to physically touch each and every single one of you. Thank you so much. In a spirit of peace, love, prosperity, health and wellness from Ladybug's Farm in Youngstown, Ohio.
Thank you, Sophia. I love you so much. I'm so happy Portia connected us. I can't wait to get this gardening panel event going in March. We're going to talk about it. And yeah, I'm so happy. Mambo Elizabeth Roof, what's up?
Wanted to say thank you once again. Like I said last night, got fed, today got fed, got inspiration, and I was really happy to connect with everyone because I'm feeling so disconnected for so long. You all, I know they were talking about it earlier. I didn't want to interrupt, but there are elders out here. We don't have to look at what comes up first on the internet. I want you all to know that I'm not doing this as like self-promotion because I have other teachers as well at biglivecountry.com. We have a Hoodoo 100 series every month. We have hands-on Hoodoo courses. I encourage my students to work with multiple instructors. We are not all the end-all of Hoodoo at biglivecountry.com. And we just want to lead people to the right people so that people don't get caught up with predators and fraudulent people. And most importantly, put upon everyone here, some of the people here who have taken my classes, and they know that this is something you have to learn, should learn, and do for yourself before you start paying other people to take care of your spiritual work, your shadow work, whatever work it is. So learn, please. And this is just, like I said, it's an invaluable experience. And that's where the healing takes place. That's where the breaking of generational curses takes place. Is with yourself, with your Ori. And I hope, pray, and petition that all of you all will continue in this journey. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. Of course. I'm going to keep doing it. I know my destiny, and I'm going to keep on pushing through. What was it? It was Malik says, thank you, thank you, thank you. I wanted to ask how we can combat internalized anti-Blackness and how to practice in spaces where it is generally not safe to. Okay. I know that earlier Joy says she doesn't agree with the idea of observing when you're in spaces where you're being triggered or where you're in, spaces of oppression. But if you can't leave, what other options do you have, right? And it's not so much about faking it. It's not so much about faking it until you can get out of there. It's about bringing yourself into a different space of consciousness, right? And that is, it's not easy to do that, right? It's not easy to do, but right, it's about survival. If you're in a position where you're trying to survive, make it through to the next day, and you cannot separate from that space right now, be in a state of meditation and self-reflection and self-observance so that when you go into common spaces with the people and environments that are unsafe for you, you can observe in the same way. Stop judging yourself so hard. Treat yourself with more gentleness and more sweetness because you're not going to get it outside of you, right? Retreat often, right? And also be the example. And you don't have to be loud to be an example, right? The way that you live, the way that you carry yourself, the way that you present, you are the elevated Blackness. You are the elevated Blackness. And when they see you, that's what they see, right? And you just keep doing that. You keep observing, you keep watching, you bide your time until you can break free. That's how I have been able to survive in spaces where my survival was important and I couldn't be my full and complete self. I had to learn to be the watcher and learn to be the observer, even though I was being triggered and being let down and being hurt constantly. Mommy? Looking at it from that perspective made it a whole lot easier to cope and make it through. What's up, baby?
Isn't it Pasha's turn?
Yes. Pasha, why are you not using Daddy's phone?
I couldn't figure out the code.
Okay. Lena says, for those of us looking for a community, for those of us who are looking for a community, somewhere to discuss various issues, can we also submit our contact information? Yes. What I should have had us do was write what, Sonny, don't do that. Don't do that again. I should have had us write where we're located. Really starting yesterday into today. Yes, submit your contact information. Keep in touch with me. Keep in touch with Joy. Keep in touch with Eolosha. GotToBeOshun.com. Okay. I don't know if my site is active right now, but it will be soon. I'll put her site in there. Thank you though, Dee Dee. We all host classes that talk about these very things, right? We've all come through a lot of traumas, pains, came out on the other side, and are still working our ways through, right? So if you need assistance, you want help coming through that, you want some resources, both free and paid, come through, right? Add us on social media, follow us on social media. I just, I don't believe in quote unquote like leadership, that sort of thing. I think that we're all peers, we're all working through this thing. We all have ideas, we all have different levels of awareness and experience, and we can share that with each other, right? We lead ourselves and we make it through to the next stages, right? So, do y'all have any questions before we go? Yeah, Christina said, be who you are, not who you've been told to be. Absolutely. Any final words? Anybody want to pop out of mute and say anything real quick?
I would like to say, I feel like Victoria would be okay. Oh, I should probably turn my camera on so people can know who's speaking. This is Latoria. If there are any birth workers, so one, if there's anybody that's looking to know more about birth work traditions, or traditions in the birthing space, Victoria and I both are hosting classes. I believe her classes may be up on her site or on her IG. And I just listed some of my classes on the website. And then if there are any birth workers that are looking to go deeper or have more discussion around ritual and things that we could do. I don't know why this keeps coming up in my spirit, but ways to reverse. I feel like maybe that's what it is. It's a reversal that needs to be done in birth work on behalf of our wombs. If there are any birth workers that are open that would like to talk more about just reversals in the birthing space and rituals that we can do, Victoria is hosting a space that I see she's back on. She could tell y'all more about how to connect with her in that space. But we are looking for birth workers to chat with about it.
I'm a doula too, so I want to get in on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Latoria was saying. Yep, that we both are doing some classes. I have one class that starts next month, actually, in reference to our 21 weeks for ancestral reproductive health. I also have an endometriosis care class and a holistic period health class. But we are both, Latoria and I, we talk in depth in reference to a lot of things in reference to the birth work space. And we are really interested in, uplifting a lot of community rituals in reference to, trying to bring down, a lot of these death rates in the birthing space. And just also, in reference to community rituals around just a lot of different other things in reference to birth work. So she's in Alabama. I'm not too far. I'm in Georgia. So, if y'all want to connect with either one of us, just hit us up with the social media accounts that we put in the chat, also our websites.
You're muted.
I've been going on and on. I was saying, Latoya asked about infertility and PCOS, and I wanted either Latoria, hold on, baby, either Latoria or Victoria to connect with her after this to discuss that with her. But I wanted to tell y'all Happy New Year. I love you, and thank you so much for attending this second annual Hoodoo virtual conference. And I will see y'all in March on the dot. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. And I'll see y'all next time. Peace.
Mommy.